I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. We have to turn on the speaker. Thank you. Okay, that gave me enough time to find the notice that I have to read here for the public hearing for local law number 2 of 2023 to repeal and replace the Code of Ethics. I feel like I've done this before. Notice is hereby given pursuant to the section 20 of the Municipal Home Rule Law of the State of New York that a public hearing will be held by the Board of Trustees of the Village of Ballston Spa on Monday, October 23rd, 2023 at 7:01 p.m. at the Ballston Spa Public Library located at 21 Milton Avenue, Ballston Spa, New York, for the purpose of considering the adoption of local law number 2 of 2023. If adopted, local law number 2 of 2023 would repeal Chapter 27 Code of Ethics of the Village of Ballston Spa and replace it in its entirety with new Chapter 27 Code of Ethics. Written comments on local law number 2 of 2023 can be submitted to the village clerk up and through the time of the public hearing. A copy of proposed local law number 2 of 2023 can be obtained at the village offices and on the village's website. Signed, Terry L. O'Connor, Village Clerk. Okay, I didn't put the time limit in here, but 5 minutes is the time limit for anybody that has a desire to speak about this public hearing and public law. And it's by show of hands. If you would like to speak, let me know. And also for those on Zoom, this would be a good time to raise your hand and we'll come to you when we get a chance to, if you would like to speak about this as well. Anybody in the audience? Julie.
Hi.
You may have to turn on the microphone at the stand there, but otherwise you're good to go. And let me just do this.
Yeah. So I'm going to read a letter that was submitted unanimously by the Board of Ethics to Mayor Rossi and the Board of Trustees. This, I believe, was submitted to them on September 27th or 28th, immediately after the open meeting that we held for the ethics code. Dear Mayor Rossi and Board of Trustees, thank you for agreeing to allow the Board of Ethics to hold an open meeting to review and discuss the changes made by the Board of Trustees to the Ethics Code submitted by the Board of Ethics. The open meeting was held on September 25th, 2023 from 3:30 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. All 5 ethics board members were in attendance. No other members of the public were present. While there has been discussion by the Board of Trustees to only consider suggested changes to issues raised by Ethics Board Member Julie Gazettis at the meeting dated September 12th, we respectfully request that all suggested changes be considered by the Board of Trustees. The original draft of the Ethics Code submitted by the Board of Ethics was a bipartisan effort in which each individual section was specifically discussed and scrutinized. Each section was then approved unanimously by the Board of Ethics prior to submission to the Board of Trustees and Attorney Buettner for review. Our review of the code at the open meeting on September 25th was only on the changes made by the Board of Trustees after our submission. While we did not request many alterations to the code as subsequently proposed by the Board of Trustees, our requested alterations are of major importance. At the outset of the process, the concern over the optics of the Board of Trustees drafting the Ethics Code was raised by Chairperson Julie Gazettis on behalf of the Board of Ethics. While all employees, officers, and appointees of the Village of Ballston Spa are subject to the Code of Ethics, the Ethics Code is the sole instrument by which the Board of Trustees can be held accountable for their actions. All employees, officers, and appointees other than the Board of Trustees can face consequences outside of the Ethics Code, such as termination, demotion, and removal of office for improper behavior. For the Board of Trustees to draft the one document that monitors their actions would inherently lead to public perception that it was written to control opponent behavior in times of polarizing politics. In reviewing the additions and changes made by the Board of Ethics, by the Board of Trustees to the code, it appears that this concern was legitimate. A number of the changes we addressed are regarding sections that seem to be specifically directed at controlling the behavior of a particular current member or members of the Board of Trustees. The ethics code should be drafted with a mind for the benefit of the entirety of the Village of Ballston Spa, not an attempt to focus on specific individual behavior. The Ethics Board strongly urges the Board of Trustees to sincerely consider our suggested changes to maintain the legitimacy and integrity of the ethics code. And again, this letter was unanimously written by the Board of Ethics. And I will note that there were a number of changes made by the Board of Trustees in response to our concerns, but we still maintain that it was something that should have been done without the Board of Trustees. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Right?
Out in 16 Millbrook Avenue. Ethics means a lot of different things to a lot of people. To me, it means how you contribute, how you run your life, and how you work with others. I have a bit of a problem with this being turned into a law, only because of a couple things. One of them was a statement that was made at the last meeting. And in case anybody's memory fails them, it is at minute 2 hours and 31 minutes of the meeting last 2 weeks ago, where Liz said at the last meeting, you admitted you wanted to make it difficult for our village officials to change this policy. So Liz, you're going to be going in January. 10 years from now, when it needs to be changed and people say, you know, this really isn't working out, it's going to take a major undertaking. Ethics to me would be looking to your counsel and taking her advice, but you guys totally circumvent her all the time. I don't get that. That to me is ethics, okay? You go with the sources that you have. You don't necessarily have to circumvent and go around. You stated in a mix of people why I still haven't heard why this is such a priority that has to be done now. Oh my God, if we don't do this right away, other than what you had said was, well, we want to make sure that it gets done now so it's harder to have anybody change. That's not a reason to put a law in place. We have laws out there that need to be enforced. We don't need more that aren't going to be consequential. And as it is, I think Carla said that this is still going to take a long time to put into place. So those are my feelings. I listen to the lady that knows about the law and feel we all should. And that's what ethics is. Don't do it because of a political thing, which it obviously has turned into. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. Anybody else? Peter. If you want to turn that podium just a little bit. So.
Yeah, I just worked it.
What's the name and names, right? Come on.
Pete Martin, 20 Chesterwood Court. I was on the ethics committee also. Everything Julie just read, our whole board felt that way. We had 3 Democrats, 2 Republicans, not that it should matter, but we all agreed, we worked very well. We didn't want the board touching this at all. And you guys just manipulated it. Not, I don't know why you did, instead of going through our attorney. You didn't even give us a financial disclosure form. So what are people, I don't believe, I've never seen one. We don't even know what people are gonna be disclosing. You didn't give us that form. So how can you pass this law without giving us the form? I might be missing something there also. Again, we worked so well. This was not for you guys to change. We wanted the attorney to change it. Ray Otten said it very well. just didn't make sense with you guys just doing these changes. I don't know why you did it. Our board did such a great job working together. That's it.
Thank you, Pete. Anybody else? Jerry?
Jared Ikeruchi, 24 Chapman Street. I just want to say, first off, thank you for the direct input from members of the Board of Ethics. I think it's good to hear directly from them how they feel about it. I also think it's important that we can have civil disagreements about it. Recognizing as well that appearances often lead to beliefs and how we see and perceive one another. I think that there's validity in the idea of the appearance of this providing political cover for people to make attacks on opponents. At the same time, I don't think that that's what's underlying this push. We've been working towards ethics, I think, as the Board of Ethics knows, for some time now. As with all pieces of committee work or board work that come out of the boards and committees appointed through the Board of Trustees, the Board of Trustees do have say in input there. I'd also just add that the financial disclosure piece in particular is something that many local municipalities also have in place at this point. I certainly support updating and advancing this ethics law. As I said, I think about a month, maybe more ago, there's an erosion of norms that used to govern our officials and our own responses and activities in the public sphere. Those norms, as they erode, there's nothing to hold folks accountable any longer. With an updated and more forceful ethics code or law, then we do have some mechanisms to do so. And it helps us as citizens be secure in knowing that our public officials have all of our interests at heart and at mind, rather than self-interest or direct interest with families and friends. Thank you.
Thank you. Christina, I saw your hand pop up there.
Christine Fitzpatrick, 31 Chapman Street. I'm here to speak in support of this ethics law as somebody who worked under an ethics code when I worked for the state, when I worked for the federal government, when I worked for a not-for-profit. This is very familiar to me. So I have a little difficulty thinking that it's, or hearing that it is directed to one person. If it is directed to one person, it's directed to that same person in so many places. Because this language, a lot of this language is taken from other places, from it's recognized from the state code and various things. I think, and I do support it. I'm still a little confused whether it's an ethics board or it was an ethics advisory committee that put this together. I still can't get that straight in my head. Perhaps somebody will clarify with me during the comments. But I do find at the end of the day that all ethics laws are passed by whatever legislative body is in existence. And the trustees are the legislature. The mayor, Frank Rossi, is the executive, the trustees are the legislature. So they're always the ones who pass this kind of law. I think there's so much emotion around this and there's so much going on, one of the things I think that I see, and this is maybe just my perception, is that we don't want to do this. We don't want to have to do it. And why would we? I mean, this is a different day. This is not Ballston Spa the 1950s. This is a $4 million operation. You don't need me to tell you how important or how heavy that burden is. It's a $4 million operation. That's a lot of money and it's a lot of influence. And you definitely need a comprehensive ethics law to provide guidance to both the people who are employees and the people who are sitting on the boards and on the committees. You definitely need that. We're not in Kansas anymore. We don't want to have to do this, but that's the nature of the beast where we're living today. The other thing is that is a problem for us, and I've noticed this often, and this is also an emotional thing. You know, we talk about ourselves as the village of friends, okay? I'm not so sure we're all friends, but I will say that we know each other, okay? And it's much harder to do this for somebody when you know somebody, or you know somebody who knows somebody. It's within your frame of reference. This kind of thing is much harder. But as I say, it's a different day. When I was a young woman, I lived in an apartment building in Brooklyn, 4 stories, 106 units. I lived there for 4 years, okay? I didn't know everybody in that building, okay? But I knew a lot of people. And I didn't care about the guy down the hall in 2F or the woman down in 2E if she left her garbage around the, you know, where we had the trash cans and I had to complain to the super because I didn't know her. But little Mrs. Muriel Nadell, who lived across the hall from me, was about this big and wanted me to marry her nephew, her I cared about. You know what I mean? I knew her. I didn't want to complain about her, no matter what she was up to or doing.
You're a heartbreaker, Christine.
I am, especially since I didn't want to get, give up on the Hanukkah cookies. So this is how we perceive ourselves. We know people, we don't want to have to do this, but I think that we need this guidance. I think it was well done. And what I do know, the financial disclosure form, what's going to happen in 90% of the cases of these people completing these financial disclosure forms, because believe me, I did it. It took me 10 minutes each year. It's going to be your name, your address, your phone number. In every other category, it's going to be not applicable, not applicable, not applicable, not applicable. It's not going to apply to many people. It's not going to be burdensome for many people. Now, I'm willing to bet you that, and people will get used to it. Like everything else, it's hard, but then you get used to it, and it gets done, and it'll start to make sense. Any big change is difficult, and that's just the emotional side of all of this. The other thing I want to say is that I can almost guarantee you that there's never going to be an employee who comes to work for the Village of Ballston Spa and says, "Nope, not working for you because of the ethics code. I'm not coming to work for you for the ethics code." I doubt that that's going to happen. Now, there may be some people who don't want to be on boards or committees, and they get to make that decision. But there may be some people who don't want to deal with us because of this. But then you got to ask yourself, maybe that's a bad fit. Maybe they shouldn't be dealing with us. Okay, but the one thing I do know, having been a public employee, and I have great respect for public employees and for anybody who even runs for office, or serves, it's a really, really hard job, and it's hard to be a public employee. Anybody who worked with me when I was in Village Hall and I was the mayor knows I say this all the time. It's hard to be a public employee, but there are standards that have to apply in these instances to people because you have the public trust and the public purse. And that is really important. There are a lot of good things that come from being a public employee or being associated with a municipality or a county or a state or a federal government. You got to take the good with the bad. And by good with the bad, I mean things that are inconvenient to you. And this is one thing. Yes, I will. This is one thing that can be inconvenient, but this is absolutely essential in a public situation in a municipality. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else? Marilyn?
Marilyn Stevenson, 45 West High Street, and I'll be brief because I've got a little bit of a cough. I just want to echo what Christine said. As a former federal employee for half my career, I had to fill out ethics forms, and she's absolutely right. It takes a few minutes, and you're usually checking the box no. Remember, a public service is a public trust. And the fact that we do have these updated ethic rules, I think will help improve transparency and also confidence. And we're in the 21st century. We've got to improve and modernize, the village codes. The only thing that I would specifically comment on, which I did in the first hearing, was the fact that I did advocate for the training component. It's on page 13 of the draft that I have. And I see now that the training hours have been chopped back by an hour. I don't necessarily agree with that. There's probably not much we can do about that at this late date, but that would be one thing I would say that kind of diminishes it. And the fact that initially I did advocate, it's really important to clarify the type of ethics training that you're asking these affected employees to engage in. And I think that would have been an important part of the code to identify appropriate courses. There are many types of ethics courses out there. They may not all be appropriate for the Village at Ballston Spa. The way this is written, it's very open-ended. You can do what you want, I assume, except for the fact that it's not specified here. Other than that, I do support what you've done. It's been kind of a tumultuous process, but you're joining basically every other governmental organization that's already been under this. And as I said, for half my career, I've had to fill out the paperwork and do the training. And I think it's only right that the village comes up to the modern age. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone on Zoom, last call? Oh, hold on. Well, let me just say, anyone on Zoom, last call coming up after Gina Morosi, apparently.
Gina Morosi, 10 Old Glory Lane, excuse me, Ballston Spa. First and foremost, I want to thank the committee or the board or whatever you're called for your hard work numerous times. I know it's not easy and it's volunteer and we appreciate you. Second, the previous three speakers, I think, are misunderstanding. And as you so eloquently put it, it's not the fact that we are against an ethics code. That's not the point. The point is that time and time again, revision after revision, this board of trustees has had their fingerprints on the one thing that governs you. That's like letting the crazies run the asylum. If there was an issue, it should have been handled by either Carla or kicked back to this board and had it addressed. But no, instead, some of you decided that you should rewrite it. That's where the problem lies. Do we need an updated ethics code? Absolutely. Because there's things that have been going on that could have been addressed if we had a good ethics code that couldn't be addressed because the ethics code didn't have it in it. So yes, we all agree on that. No one has stood here and said no ethics code. So the previous three speakers are a little confused there. We're saying, take your time, kick it back to the board, let Carla make the revisions on the one thing that we have to hold you accountable. You should not be writing your own governing piece of paper. That's the issue. Thank you.
On Zoom first, Keith.
Keith Lewis, 38 East High Street. I also want to I want to reiterate what Christine said. I was on a number of different boards in Los Angeles. We had ethics codes. There was a lot of disclosure that went out, a lot of information that needed to be exchanged with the Screen Actors Guild, Actors Equity, and it was important for transparency to have that information on the table and open. There were very few times when anyone's information created a problem it was the disclosure. It was the disclosure that was important. So I'm glad the code is being updated. The last time we spoke about this, I tried to address a few issues. Carla, you stopped me. I assume that I'm not to do that in this one.
Got a question for me?
Keith, say what you're going to say, and she'll stop you if necessary. I think is probably where this goes.
I just wanted clarification. I believe that the governing body, the elected officials, are the ones who write laws, legislation. They're the ones. We elected them. I think that it's wonderful that we've got people that will volunteer. I've volunteered. I'm grateful to everyone on the ethics committee for their volunteer work. But we vote, and we vote for legislators who write the law. And although this applies to everyone, committees, employees, trustees, it is the elected officials whom we've entrusted to write the law. They should take the information from everyone. They should listen to everyone. It doesn't mean that it ends up being everyone's decision. It isn't. It can't be, because everyone's going to have their own specific input, and everyone, different people, different perspective, may feel that they're being targeted, but we entrust the elected officials to write the law. And I got to say, I would urge this board to move this through and get doing some other things, accomplishments that we can really celebrate, like the water that was talked about the last election. So move it through, please. Thank you.
But one thing is that we're only here in the public hearing related to ethics, so please stay on topics related to that. Anybody else? I think Mike, you had your hand up.
Thank you. Mike Iacolucci, 9 Russell Street. I'm glad to hear that we all are in agreement that it is appropriate to look at revising the code of ethics. I think at every corporation, the board of directors of that corporation are involved in looking at the code of ethics and recommending to the shareholders of the corporation whether that code of ethics be adopted or not. Similarly, in the not-for-profit world, the trustees of that organization are involved typically in the creation of a code of ethics or revision of a code of ethics. And that board again votes on whether that will be applied to the officers, the trustees of that not-for-profit, and the employees, the executives of that not-for-profit. So I don't feel any confusion about the process here myself. I am curious, Mr. Mayor, you mentioned that there was an opportunity for people to submit comments and questions. So if any were submitted, I hope that we will be able to hear what those comments or questions were. And finally, to me, given that it has been a long process to get to this point, and as I understand it, the agenda shows that a vote will be taken. Prior to that vote, for any trustee who is not in favor of this code of ethics, I ask that you explain precisely why and what you would propose as an alternative. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. There were no written comments that I know of. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Thank you. Anybody else? Seeing no further hands, I will close this public hearing at 7:29 p.m. Motion to do so, please.
Go ahead. I'll make that motion.
Trustee Cormos, trustee Fondanza, discussion. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Then I get a motion that the minutes of the October 10th, 2023 meeting be approved. Trustee Fandesa?
Second.
I'm going to go to trustee Cormos. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Mayor's announcements, and this is going to be a long meeting, so I just want to make one announcement. It came to our attention over the last week or so that some youth, probably high school age, has been breaking and entering into the old Angelica site. And in fact, the fence has been clipped to gain entry it comes off the Tedisco Trail area, from my understanding. That actually, according to an old easement that I sent on to Carla today, is the responsibility of the village to repair. So it's on our dime, even though it's affecting that property. I was made aware of it today by Jim Bedoin, who owns the property. We were aware of the breaking and entering last week at the end of the week because the Ballston Spot Police Department had caught a couple of people that were inside the building. That said, this has not been an exclusive thing to just those two students or youths. And so I talked with Jim Bedoin today. We're going to obviously try to figure out how we can get that fence fixed. But furthermore, it is a felony to break and enter in that manner. Jim is considering his options with respect to it. I reached out to Ballston Spa High School principal Matt Robinson today and told him what was going on, in hopes that he could work with the high school students, because it seems to be high school age from what Jim sees on the trail cam that he has set up there. They can't fully identify the youth yet. But to basically get in front of this before it continues, I think it's a bad look for the village, for the high school or middle school, even if it's that age, et cetera. I just want to make sure, as we've done in the past when there's been vandalism going on, to remind everybody this is a team effort, from parents to remind your children that there are consequences, and serious ones at that, for this type of activity. For our schools to make sure that we're reinforcing the fact of respect for our community and our village properties, et cetera. And for the students especially, this type of stuff can follow you to college applications and get you ousted from a potential college if they find out about that kind of activity. Do not make those mistakes. It is extremely detrimental, not just to property owners, not to just the community, but especially to you, if you are caught in these matters and arrested and charges are pressed. And there's every right to press charges in these types of situations. Thank you. Liaison reports, we'll start with Liz.
Yes, for the library board of trustees has approved.
Liz, you got to talk into the mic.
Sorry. The library board has approved that Paul Mays do the construction drawings for the phase 1. And they should be ready for bidding in May 24th. The Friends of the Library joined the parade and rededication of the memorial that was held on Sunday, and the burying of the time capsule. And just an update, the library and the Friends of the Library have raised or had committed a total of $230,000. So that's why they're moving ahead with the construction drawings. The ADA project has completed the data collection. Thankfully, the consultant used some interns to help us finish that. And there will be a meeting on November 6th at 6:30 here in the library with the public invited, and we'll invite other interested parties to prioritize the list. So they'll have the data of the condition of sidewalks, curb ramps, and crosswalks. And there'll be a discussion on where do we start? And they'll take that information to develop a plan. That's all.
Thank you.
Sorry, Liz, just to clarify, there's a committee that exists
Oh,
for
yes.
this ADA, and
Yeah, there
they're
is
the
an
ones who are
ADA.
sort of meeting, and the public's invited to To
to
comment.
contribute to that meeting. But
Yes,
there is a committee that's basically going to look at what to fix first.
right.
Heard that.
All right, I received a report from Chief Bayshore about our fire department. This is September numbers. In September, there was a total of 370 calls for assistance. There was also 40 calls for emergency assistance. Oh, I'm sorry, I read that backward. I apologize. There were 40 in September, giving us a total of 370 for the year so far. 7 of those were mutual aid assistance to surrounding fire departments. Our volunteers also put in more than 300 person hours of training. They're very dedicated to what they do for our community. So we're very thankful for that. And in fact, 2 of our fire department volunteers are now hired with different fire departments. Nathan Tinney and Steve Bowers. We just want to congratulate them for their hiring. It just shows the quality and the professionalism of our own volunteers. They are also working on, they just received in service training from the manufacturer for the SCBA equipment. And also they are still working on getting the ladder truck repairs. Those are still being fixed as far as what I last heard. So, but beyond the hours that they put in for their volunteer service as firemen protecting us and other people and structures, they give up their time for community outreach. For those that went to the September 11th service, they were all in uniform there to honor people that served in our own community and served for 9/11 and had passed. Also, they were at the Taste of Toga event and other fairground events. One of the things our fire department is really passionate about is education and just trying to do some outreach to get the public involved and also young people aware of how to better keep themselves safe. Additionally, the BSBPA, they are, again, I feel like I'm a broken record. They are working toward the holiday parade. We have a motion later, and I hope you all received my email about a minor correction. And then also they are making plans for the Shop Small Saturday, which is one of the biggest sale days for our small businesses. So not only please, I hope you all will shop downtown, but one of the biggest things they're trying to do is capture more people from out of the county to come to Ballston Spa and shop. We get a lot of people from Schenectady. I say have them spend all their money here. This is a kind of a funny request from them, but they're looking for a Christmas tree. They still haven't found the perfect one. So if someone has a beautiful Christmas tree that probably would work for our Wiswell Park, please contact Dana at ballston.org. That's it for me.
I want to go back to fire for 1 second.
Oh, sure.
And thank our fire department again for responding to a call at Dominic Hollow's Apartments of Dominic Drive. This is unfortunately becoming a repeat visit scenario. Remember back to the arson fire a few weeks back. And this was another legitimate fire today. Town of Ballston, Town of Milton fire contracts are both going to be due and up for discussion. Already began just preliminary, where are we going with things? Discussion with Chief Bayshore and Scott Ostrander in Milton. We'll probably involve Ballston alongside Milton to make sure we have consistency in our contracts. But I do plan on addressing the concerns of some of the things that have been going on, especially in the town of Ballston lately. That have been zapping our resources with respect to the fire department. And I know the sheriff is experiencing the same types of concerns because of the responses they've had to do in the same types of calls, et cetera. So something that we do have to take a look at and make sure that we are ensuring that our resources are sufficient for what's going on in those types of situations. But again, we owe a great deal of thanks to the Ballston Spa Fire Department for the responsiveness today and in the past in those fires. Sean, if you don't have the word leaves in your report, I don't know what we're going to do with you. I think it's there though.
Yeah. Hey, it's right on top. Thank you. So,
Jeff, our DPW supervisor, is a very, very busy man. So first and foremost, leaf pickup, the vacuum truck was actually out today. I did see it. And they'll be going around to pick up leaves. So if you want to get a pile out on the curb, I suggest you do it sooner rather than later. And then they'll be taking the forms off of the restored ADA sidewalk areas after paving. And then there'll be some patching and blending of driveway aprons and ramps they'll be working on. And then they'll be patching and paving the water and sewer areas they had to dig up on the West High Street, Chapman Street. They'll be installing new entrance signs to Colonial Hills at Greenfield Ave and Maple Ave, and painting and striping stop bars, no parking in front of hydrants, new pavement, and others, whatever that other may be. Install additional power items for Kelly Park, pole cameras in the field playground area. Prep shim and pave Kelly Park, I think that's the parking lot and the pad area. Next week, Dublin Drive storm drainage project. They're gonna start winterizing the hydrants. And they need to cut 2 trees down on Low Street. So that is the bulk of what they'll be doing in the next couple of weeks. And that's all I have.
Can I just, as an aside, also add how great High Boulevard looks after that paving job that was done?
It's almost too good.
And by the way, I believe it was Ed Ackley was out there today. He stopped a truck on High Boulevard today. So for those that don't believe we stop trucks on High Boulevard, it does happen. And it's a part of the rotation right now. So I just wanted to thank him and our Ballston Spa Police Department for that. Ben, your turn.
All right, Caitlin of the Park and Tree Board wrote some very nice paragraphs. They're much more eloquent than anything I could say off the cuff. So I'm just going to read them quickly in terms of her updates. They met with Studio A, the park designers. It says the Park and Tree Board had their first official meeting with Studio A Landscape Architecture and Engineering, drawing from conversations with many in the village, survey results and observations. They discussed popular uses for the park, from passive recreation to the many vendor events throughout the year. The desire to improve the spring design and its possible relocation. Improve floral design with native low maintenance plants, possible small pavilion with increased seating for outdoor dining, improved ADA compliant path, increased lighting for the park, and keeping the feel and charm of Front Street and any design options. We look forward to continuing to work with Studio and we'll keep everyone updated. And of course, you can email any trustee or email Caitlin if you have thoughts on what you'd like to see in Weswell Park. Victory Circle, another park. The Park and Tree Board is thankful for the feedback from the residents in Colonial Hills in regards to possible bench placement, because we were talking about putting 2 benches up there. It stressed to us that a decision for placement should be made rather quickly. We chose locations based on some prior feedback, board discussion, input from DPW. We are thankful for those who came forward with their concern and feedback. In recent months, we have been wanting to find a way to reach out to and communicate with residents in that area to find out what the primary uses for that space are and what added improvements residents might want to see. Our hope is that this might jumpstart those lines of communication we've been hoping to establish. We want to encourage everyone to give us their input and ideas for the space, and we want continued communication and feedback. We would like to find a means of communication that will be most convenient for everyone, and in a few months, as budget season approaches, find a time to meet and discuss and pin down that we might want to plan for in the year to come. So that's what they're up to.
Hey, Ben, can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
With respect to that specifically, Paul Miller had reached out to me last week as a resident that would be right across the street from a bench that was going to be in the center of Victory Circle Park. He was extremely concerned because there had not been feedback in either direction with respect to placement of benches. So Jennifer and I went out Thursday to meet with him after I asked Jeff to hold off laying the cement because it was boxed out, but it was not cement at that point. And he had already began getting signatures against the idea of the placement of the benches at that point. I told him I couldn't guarantee that we wouldn't move the bench to a location closer to trees. I understood kind of the concern because there's a flat field area where they were going to put one of the benches and kind of continuation of a soccer area that you can see has been utilized by kids over there. But it did, as Caitlin points out, and I appreciate her synopsis, as she had emailed me earlier today, consistent with this, the idea that we do need to do a better job having communication with the folks over at Colonial Hills, just even if it's a correct decision ultimately that's going to be made to do certain things, or if the decision is to do nothing, to have them involved, to have them give their input in these types of situations. So I want to thank everybody that has been kind of jumping to that at this point in terms of giving the feedback, and we are taking it seriously. As you can hear, feedback already reached Park and Tree Board in this situation discussion.
And one reason we were even talking about benches, because Ray Otten, who was on the Park and Tree Board, communicated to the board that he has been talking to several people and they were interested in benches. It would be good, actually, Ray, if you have the names and contact information, to get those over to Caitlin.
I'll give it right to you.
Excellent.
Okay,
Thank you.
it's on Facebook, Families of Colonial Hills.
That's a private group though, and they usually won't include us in there.
But she can contact them through there, and they're looking for a contact. I've been getting phone calls, much like you have, about, and from the same parties, about the benches. So I referred them to Jen, or to Caitlin, and if you could get that information to Caitlin also, that's the Facebook page that they would.
All right. And if there were individuals, it sounded like there are individuals who you were been talking to, that would be helpful for Caitlin to know too. I mean, again, it wasn't as if the benches were put in without any input, right? There was communication, and the impetus for putting the benches in was we were told that there were people interested in those benches. So we were trying to be responsive to that. So I don't know if it was the person okay with benches, just a different location. Oh, yeah.
That's Paul Miller, folks. Come on up, Paul, to I didn't want to interrupt you there, either one of you, but when I saw him back there, want to bring him in.
Hi, Paul Miller, 524 Victory Circle, right dead smack in the middle of the green space that I've lived in front of for 20 plus years, watching the kids grow and play, several hundreds, picking up the trash and keeping the riffraff on them down low at times, having my door kicked in at 3 o'clock in the morning. I also plan on having dogs, had dogs, they passed away, but I know what happens when people loiter in front of my house and the dogs go crazy. They tear up the blinds. They want to go see what's going on, or they're just letting me know what's going on. The benches as they're placed, they're an eyesore for me. I've been staring at that green field watching the kids play for 20 years. I know what's going to happen to them. When there was a brick building in the woods, it was an attractant for riffraff, a lot of trouble. And they're directly in the sun. I mean, I don't understand how they would even be comfortable. There's no shade. I have a basketball hoop in front of my house from 10 o'clock till about 5 o'clock. We can't play basketball. It's just scalding hot. But I have established quite a list of signatures from the people immediately around Victory Circle. They enjoy watching it being used the way it's being used now. It's perfectly in sync with what everybody wants. You know, I've heard people say, oh, we should turn it into a dog park. It is a dog park. People wait for the children to leave, and then they exercise their dogs. They walk them early in the morning. It's just, the wild geese land in there. You know, the wildlife does their thing there. Lots of rabbits and lots of falcons. Even a fisher we've caught on camera, but even in a hot air balloon landed in it. I think, you know, being a part of building the park down at Kelly Park and driving by it quite often and seeing it empty, I just think that developing it is a mistake. I think when the kids see that open field, they see it as theirs. It's open. They can do whatever they want.
So you're saying no benches at all is what you prefer?
I've spoken to people and they're comfortable with the benches, but I think they should be placed a little more inconspicuously. Putting them out front by the sidewalk, I think it, in essence, invades people's privacy. And at the same time, it creates litter that, we have to pick up, and then eventually they're gonna, we know what happens to these things. They get vandalized and you have to look at it. The field is beautiful this time of year, all time of year. It doesn't get used a lot during the summer because it's scorching hot.
Paul,
and by the time, I've watched the kids use these parks, and by the time they're 8 years old, they're gone. Their parents are nonstop running them around to all kinds of practices and other, after school programs. I just see it to be a waste to put slides and swings on it when they're gonna get minimal use and they're just gonna draw trouble. It's a quiet neighborhood, and it's quiet perfectly.
We haven't discussed anything beyond the benches at all in terms of slides or something. But have you been in touch with Caitlin to talk to her about location, or she can get in touch with you?
I've spoken to Mr. Rossi. He's been very open to, making suggestions and maybe making some changes. But I know my neighbor is with me here today. He has 2 dogs. I know exactly what's gonna happen. They're gonna tear his house up, wanting to go out and play with the people that are out front. And you place the benches perfectly out in the open, which is great because you don't want people sleeping in them. I understand that. But we don't get a lot of campers.
Well, the benches aren't in that yet.
No,
So
thankfully not, but I want to say Halloween is coming. And that field is very active during Halloween. I'd like to see either the holes covered up with a piece of plywood so they're flush, or filled in and maybe, make changes from there. That's all I have to say.
Paul, one thing I just want folks to understand is that you're not against all potential events, et cetera, in that park,
No,
such as if somebody wants to have a concert or something someday.
It's a beautiful open space that I don't feel should be cluttered. And then, maybe people would have their graduation parties in the field. Whatever you want to do. Me and my neighbor Mike have talked about maybe hosting a community barbecue. We've been talking about that for 2 years since COVID. And I think just creating an eyesore, because for 4 months out of the year, the kids aren't going to use it because it's cold and it's wet, right? And, like I said, I took my kid to Kelly Park. After once or twice, he wasn't interested. It's a new era. We have plenty of parks around. Upgrade them. And just, I would like to see maybe a few trees, a few of the trees are dying. The kids love the hard maple. I told you about that.
Yeah.
The other trees they don't like, they're dying, sticks are falling out of them, etc. They're not really meant for that area. I guess I had a Norwegian maple in there. I had to chop it down. But it's beautiful the way it is, and the signatures I have say the same thing. They're more than comfortable with the benches. They think it's probably a good idea. Let's try to be respectful for the people that live there, and maybe try to make them a little more inconspicuous.
And how many signatures, just for your
Right
reference?
now, 20.
Okay.
Single signature per resident.
Got it. Paul, thank you.
yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be a controversial thing. We'll just figure out where you guys want it. Oh, the Arts Committee, I missed things. I missed the Arts Committee meeting, so Bernadette might have more, but there's a deadline for the Saratoga Arts application for anyone who wants the village to be a fiscal sponsor is October 27th, so that's coming up. Anything else?
I had conflict too, so.
Oh, you were
think
there.
They're just working, I think as far as, I do believe they had some applications to review.
Oh, yeah, they had
so
like
far
4, they said,
for
so that's
Saratoga
great.
Arts, yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Treasurer's report is on file, but I should tell you that the re-levies have been done for taxes and utilities. The total between the 2 towns and actually 3 towns for utilities, 2 towns for tax levies is $255,546.77. We can expect to receive your levy monies by February 2024. Sales tax distributions were not received in time for this report, so we'll have those ready for the next Board of Trustees meeting.
Mayor, I
Yes.
have a question. Previously, I think under Larry and also under Christine, we had the treasurer herself come and do a presentation, and I was wondering why that's changed. And I think she did come a couple of times and just stayed for the beginning of the meeting. We didn't ask her to stay, but it was one thing that, we can directly ask the treasurer, who is the chief financial officer for the village, questions, and hear her, give her a report.
Well, the chief budget officer is me, but just to be clear on that, but with respect to when Melissa is available, if there's a specific issue that you feel needs to be addressed, just let us know in advance. We'll make sure she's here. When the AUD is published, which should be soon, I'm sure she will be making a presentation related to that as well. So just let us know. That's the best way to do it. I think the problem was 4-hour meetings for them to sit up here with us was a little bit probably out of sync with reality when it was a couple-minute topic. And so for now, getting a treasurer's report gives us the information that she has for us. And if you want anything else, just let us know, like I said. So,
But she will provide when the AUD is done.
yeah, no, just waiting on that. New battery, Jennifer, when you get a second. Sorry about that. Up next, I'm meeting late and doing this, but unfortunately we've had so many things going on, and I wanted to make sure with Mary that we had the numbers correct. Want to bring up Mary Price Bush to do a presentation reviewing the financials and much more related to Family Fun Day 2023. Mary, take it away.
Anyone wants to take one, pass it around. Mary Price Bush, 105 McLean Street. We have the numbers. Jen is going to pass them down for Family Fun Day. And we'd also like to thank Jen for keeping track of all of the finances for Family Fun Day, plus all of the ordering and all of the help on Family Fun Day. Several of the purchases on here were pretty much one-time purchases. Curtis lumber tents, we bought quite a few of those, and we hope to add to them, so we have them on hand for future events. And then we purchased a cotton candy machine and all the pieces that go with that, as well as thin art and the paint that goes with that is also on there that will last for many events. We were $4,000 under budget, thanks to the generous donations of our wonderful supporters. But we can't always rely on donations to meet what we need every year. Next year, we're considering upgrades, including more board games and more porta potties. And basically, I feel that no matter the cost, the way that the community participated and enjoyed Family Fun Day, it was worth it no matter how much it cost. So thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Board have any questions before she runs too far?
I probably have some comments when we get to the motion. Thanks.
Okay.
And thanks again to the volunteers for doing that very successful event.
Not sure what the motion would be about because you just got what you asked for. Okay, old business sidewalk law, just to bring everybody up to date. Carla had provided the board some discussion points after having discussion with Wade Beltramo over at NICOM. Yes, Carla does talk to Wade on occasion, and very lovely conversation, I'm sure. They had some concerns or at least thoughts about what the board should be doing. Carla put some questions together. I think Ben addressed some of those questions in something he emailed late this afternoon. I tried responding quickly as I could to it, but nonetheless, I don't believe any actions being taken here tonight related to this because there's still a lot of open questions, but want to give it to Ben and or Liz at this point to discuss who wants it.
Sure, I can start. The purpose is really to just give people an understanding of what we're talking about here in terms of a new way to do sidewalks, to maintain sidewalks. And it's really, it's been motivated by the constant refrain from all walks of life in this community about the bad condition of our sidewalks. And in the comprehensive plan, they actually said that the current system of maintaining sidewalks has failed and something new is needed. So what we have is a new idea for the village, and we are interested. This is a continuation of a discussion that has started, but we'd like to get more feedback from the public on this idea. And the basic idea is that homeowners and commercial property owners pay a fee, and it's called a benefit assessment every year. We have some tentative numbers, and I'd like to ask that I would, after this meeting, I'd send this to Jen, and we could maybe post it for feedback to get people's feedback on this.
As long as my response goes with it, sure.
Fine. I guess we'll have a response to your response. So the idea is you have, maybe it's $100 or so a year if you're a homeowner. It depends on both the class of property you have, so how much benefit you get. So if you have a bigger benefit use of sidewalks, the linear foot cost is more a little bit, and then also it depends on how many linear feet you have in front of your home. And so by paying this benefit fee, basically the model is everyone pays in and we take care of each other as a community. And as a community, we can then upgrade and maintain our sidewalks in a rational, planned way that actually addresses the problem. So having money available for reimbursement hasn't resulted in fixed sidewalks nearly the extent that we'd like. So this will actually solve the problem, we feel, and do it in a way that is actually more economical for people than the current system, where you need several thousands of dollars is what it costs to fix or replace and maintain your sidewalk. So this actually should be cost effective for people over time. And in addition, though, with this new system, we would keep the old system and enhance it by still having the reimbursement rate available. If people wanted to fix their own sidewalks ahead of the scheduled sidewalk plan, they could do that and get reimbursed up to 50% or a cap, like $3,500 or so. So it'll increase from what it is. So we have both the previous system and the current system that people can access. And to fix their own sidewalks would be completely voluntary. But it is available to people if they want to do that. So there's a lot of details. The mayor thinks it's not affordable. We think it is. There's differences.
Let the mayor speak for himself.
All right. There's differences on. We don't think there'll be. We think we'll raise approximately $255,000 on the numbers we're looking at. And we don't think there will be a lot of administrative costs. That's one place we differ. And based on what other villages and towns have done. So with $250,000, we can do roughly like 2,000 feet of sidewalk a year, and we can prioritize where there are gaps. So right now, gaps will never be filled. There's nothing in the law requiring anyone to put in a sidewalk where there is none. So that'll be addressed, and then we'll start at the highest need sidewalks and go from there, and also the highest need locations. And that's actually melds really well with this ADA assessment plan that's just wrapping up, and they're having their meeting because they are also going to talk about where to prioritize sidewalk improvements. So we're going to have a very good idea of where the problems are at that point. So what else did people want to add before Frank gives his rejoinder?
Well, okay, first off, I'll preside, okay? Liz, did you have anything you wanted to add? Because you're on this too.
Well, the one other
You need a microphone. I got her.
The one other thing, by us, paying in, everybody pays in, just like we all pay for the streets and we all pay for school taxes and so on. It's very similar. And I think Christine had said once, I don't mind paying a little bit more, but I want to see results. And this will provide the amount of money, 250,000 is far more than, the reimbursement system has ever put into sidewalks. And the sidewalks will be done in a logical manner. In other words, the plan is to do them by street. Like find the streets that need them the most and do a sidewalk. So you actually create an uninterrupted path for a disabled person, a senior, kids to walk from point A to point B. Not, there's a nice piece of sidewalk and then there's crummy sidewalk and then there's no sidewalk. So that is one of the benefits. The other benefit is if we are raising this kind of money every year, it makes us very attractive for granting organizations because we are putting in our piece into this effort. And yes, it'll take, how many years? About 15 years to really get through all the really terrible sidewalks, the ones that are not ADA. But at the end of 15 years, we'll have decent sidewalks. And the past has not delivered us that.
One thing just to mention, it would be done by contracted work. We're not expecting our DPW to do this work. So there wouldn't be a big increase in their time.
So a few things. Again, this came in late this afternoon, so I could only provide some quick glances as to some concerns we talked tonight, which is probably something people are thrilled about. The administrative costs that were on your list of things coming off of the 250, what is it, $255,000. It's just like a real levy amount, or $255,000 plus the 50 that you're putting in. $5,000 was your administrative cost, even contracting it out. And we had this discussion in the office afterwards today. It still is going to require another full-time employee to monitor, maintain, catalog, and oversee the program. And I can tell you this because if you look at the Village of Skaneateles, who passed something like this in 2019, since 2019, Skaneateles has added two, I believe it was, deputy municipal operations directors, which is basically like Jeff in their system. And the DPW staff costs have gone up over 30%. In fact, in 2024, Skaneateles, the village of, broke the tax cap and raised their tax this year 20%. And from reading the minutes of the meeting where they did this, it looked like the amount of money that they actually put into their code, which was $75 per property, universal, was far short of what was necessary to do all the sidewalks that were needed to be done. And so it's having some sort of effect. In fact, they just got the state legislature to approve a 5% occupancy tax for the one hotel that's in Skaneateles. Because they're so hard pressed for money right now, it looks like. So these are things you got to understand. The administrative expenses exist, be it contracted or not, and it doesn't even take into consideration some of the front office expenses to do the additional layer of tax. Talk to Henry Vandenhever, who is a senior risk specialist with NYMER, who's essentially our insurance company, and Ken Gray, who is with Marshall and Sterling today. And they told me some things. And Henry would like to come address the board at a future meeting. If I can arrange that, I would really advise the board to get behind that idea for learning how the risk assessment in these situations work. My conversation with Henry focused on his concerns for municipalities that have the either a code like this or no code at all, where the responsibility falls on the shoulders of the municipality if something goes wrong. Think back to the Union Firehouse apron issue, when we weren't going to budget for it, and we got a letter from Mike Bayshore, chief of the Ballston Fire Department, that put us on record notice that there was a deficiency in the sidewalk. And now if something happens on that sidewalk, and we've got our final plans finally for that in the last few days, we're getting those circulated. Something happens, we are on record notice and we will be sued. That can happen universally in a municipality that either takes over sidewalk repair and replacement or has no code at all, where the responsibility is theirs too. And Henry told me the story of a municipality where this dirty little secret became well known to a point where everybody in the community started giving record notice of deficiency of their sidewalks because they all wanted new sidewalks done. And essentially, there was not enough money in the budget for that municipality to do so. The problem is, once you are in this position, the liability falls on your shoulders. I know that in your proposed code, ice and snow removal would remain with the homeowner. So it's not that, although if somebody gets hurt, now it becomes a question, was it the condition of the sidewalk or the condition of the snow and ice that caused the issue? And so that's something that we'll have to navigate through in those situations. But when you're put on prior record notice in that manner, you must fix that sidewalk, or the claim, when the notice of claim is filed, will be accepted by the insurance company because of that prior written notice. So it's something to consider. So I asked Ken, Marshall and Sterling, to substantiate what that looks like in terms of the change in insurance costs for the village. Currently, we pay in the vicinity of about $120,000, I believe it is, a year for insurance, because we are a low claim municipality. We fare very well in this respect. And part of it is because our sidewalk code is written the way it is. We are the model code essentially for villages in the state of New York. We're modeled for something at least. So
not the sidewalks themselves.
Well, but nonetheless, the point made by Ken is that once you get 1 to 2 claims filed and accepted, these are always 6-figure claims that are paid out. And they don't like to allow their losses in these situations to go greater than 50%. So essentially, our next year to next year's premiums are going to go up greatly. I asked him if $60,000 was a fair number per year on average over the first 4 to 5 years. We did the math, and he actually talked to some other people to see if that was a fair number. And he said, yes, in fact, he thought 60,000 might be low based on some of the experiences that he's seen out there. So to ignore insurance premium increases would be a mistake as well. The other thing that you failed to do in this is that you did not include prevailing wage. You used what was essentially man on the street pricing, because we know that man on the street pricing for normal work on sidewalk is $12 to $14 a square foot right now. And that's the number you use.
No, we use DOT number, $23.
The current number, what did you pay?
This is $125 per linear foot.
What did you pay when you redid yours last year?
Well, that's irrelevant to this, because
no, that's very relevant to this, because prevailing wage means that you don't have to pay prevailing wage as the individual doing it. The village does when we contract it out.
The estimates are based on DOT's prevailing wage.
What did you pay per square foot?
I paid 16, but that's not in here.
You paid 16 per square foot?
Per square foot, yeah.
More than I thought. Anyway,
so this is 25 per square foot.
25 for level 0 sidewalks. It is, you said 12. I think in the vicinity of, I think you said 60. So $12.
60 for repair,
yeah,
not replacement.
$12 in that situation. Nonetheless, the numbers don't seem to be accurate compared to what we know to be the reality of these situations. So we have to work on that. Do you feel that? Hold on, excuse me for one moment. Thank you.
Just want to get into reality.
Well, we've checked on this. It's a reality.
And I checked on it today on the source.
The source?
The source, DOT bid average report.
For prevailing wage or for individual?
Prevailing wage.
Okay, and so what is it?
It's between 24 and 27, between $24 and $27 per square foot.
For
Installing sidewalk,
replacement or repair?
installing and replacement, because they're relatively the same price.
Okay, so basically it's across the board, 25% for prevailing wage.
Per prevailing.
Not for
wage.
repair.
He just said yes. He just said yes.
No, replacement. That's distinctly different than repair.
So what's the repair number?
Repair sidewalks, it depends on how, if it's a complete replacement is in the higher 27s. They don't really have a number for repair because it's too variable. You might only have to do 1 or 2 sections.
But we actually overestimated for repair because we took $60 per linear foot, which is basically half of the 125 totally installed replacement. And the calculation for the cost was for the entire sidewalk of that property, where typically may not, maybe just be 2 panels, but of course we don't have that fine grained analysis. So we just took the whole property length. So that 60 times the property length is probably an overestimate in that regard.
So conservatively, the numbers I have using the conservative insurance number, the conservative administrative number, and some reasonable prevailing wage numbers ultimately said that it would take 30.7 years to complete the entirety of the sidewalks as described here. My notion is that the insurance is higher and other administrative costs are there closer to 37 years, but let's say 30 years. So your average for a single family house would be $50 plus 70 linear feet, it looked like, of sidewalk, which means they would pay an additional $70 per year over the 50, so $120 a year. Over 30 years, using current dollars, 30 times 120 is $3,600. That same sidewalk currently for the individual to put it in would be 70 linear feet times 5 feet per linear foot. So 350 square feet times $13 a square foot. So $4,550. So they paid $3,600. But remember, the plan that we had prior was that we were going to reimburse 50% up to $3,500. So that person that has that sidewalk would be spending $2,275 on a sidewalk that if they were being benefit assessed, they'd be paying $3,600 for in 30 years, which would be the period essentially of completion to the next completion. So this means property owner pays much more in assessments than what they pay for sidewalk repair and installation. But a couple other thoughts here, ultimately. Go ahead, you turn it light if you want to speak that.
Well, I think $13 an hour is incredibly low for even a private contractor. I mean, we already have proof positive that 16 is more relevant, and it's probably going to be even higher. So if you use a 16 to 18 number with the 24 to 27 number and rerun your numbers.
Yeah, it's $350 more, so it's 26.25. So it's not. But here's the other thing, and I've talked to the mayors of Watervliet and Cortland, and they have programs set up because here's the crux of why our sidewalks have gone the way they have, folks. Having the mallet over the head when somebody has to put out $3,000 to $4,000 for sidewalk repair is tough. It is tough to ask anybody to do that. Even if you're giving 50% back, it is tough. I don't care who you are. And so they came up with ideas and they both rave about the success of them so far. And I was appreciative of their time. They are not Republicans. I think they're both Democrats. I had great conversations with them. So I don't think that this is just a one side of the aisle type of idea. This is a universal idea that comes forward. And they do a loan program. And ultimately, I could see us doing a 10-year loan program at a percent over whatever our cost of loan would be to ourselves. That would essentially be administrative expense right there covered by the extra percent. And that would be something you could apply to their taxes and let them pay over 10 years in a much more measured manner. And at that point, we have a much easier way of going out in the community, especially in roads that we might be repaving, because I think you're killing all birds with one stone in those situations if you can do it, and say, look, your sidewalk needs repair, replacement, whatever. Here's what we have to offer you, 50% up to $3,500 and a loan program as well. We have the authority to kind of use the mallet over the head in this situation, but we have options finally. It is not a dramatic hindrance or hurting of any resident or property owner of the area. It's something to consider, but I think the first thing we really need to do is have Henry Van Den Heever come in and address the liability issues, because I think those have been given very short shrift by the board. And I would encourage us to listen to somebody who is known as a very, very good professional in this field, especially with NYMA.
Well, there's an insurance issue if you don't enforce. Because.
No, there's not actually, he said today, he said the way that we have written it takes that off of us. And so we have the insurance issue for Union Firehouse because we're the property owner. So that's why we have it. But you're scoffing at it. This is the professionals in risk analysis of this. So I have to defer to him,
There might
Liz.
be a way to write it such.
If we force compliance, and if they don't comply, then we do the sidewalk, which is what the original sidewalk code was written as. We are liable.
No, you're not. And again, this is why you should have the risk professional in here to tell you what you currently have and what you could be moving to. I can provide them the draft, your most recent draft if you want, and maybe you should send that to me if you want that to go over so I have the right one, and have them look at it, and then come maybe to the next meeting if we can arrange it and have them discuss it with
I mean,
us.
I've also
The
heard.
loan program is interesting, but it still does not provide a continuous sidewalk because only the people that are going to take you up on that
Oh.
loan. It's voluntary, and you're still going to end up with a patchwork of good and bad sidewalks on streets.
You just reminded me. I forgot about the other thing that was missing here. You did not have any land purchase for the cases where right-of-way doesn't cut it, and pole movements, which I confirmed with Grid, they would charge back to the village because it's the village forcing the pole movement, not something that Grid would need to do in the first place. So those are also not covered in these costs.
But
That's
it
something I
still
almost
isn't-
forgot. Thank you for that.
Isn't solving the problem. That's the problem.
Yeah, and that would be part of the planning would be, all right, where's the low hanging fruit? What can we do in 10 years? And then we'd reassess. Also, I have heard, it needs to be verified, that if a village has a plan for improving sidewalks, that covers their liability to some extent.
Well,
Also, I just want to correct, I also talked to Skinny Atlas, and I asked them, what's your administrative cost? And she said, we don't really have any. So everything you quoted was happening in that village, but that wasn't due to their sidewalk.
read their budget minutes from this year,
Well-
where they raised the budget, the tax
Yes,
rather by
because they only
20%.
charge 75, and I don't know how many feet of sidewalk they have, but, maybe they need to raise the rates.
Their
and-
population is 2,500. Their land mass is about 1.4 miles. They have more water than we do, waterway. So
If you could provide that documentation from Grid or whoever it was, because I know for the state, we have them relocate utilities all the time at no cost.
right, the state has a much different relationship. I know that for a fact too.
Well, if it's your right of way, it's your property.
Anyway, so again, I'm just raising issues you need to consider, and this was in the vein of what Carla and Wade were suggesting. We needed more information to consider to justify a benefit assessment. There's certain cases, I saw you circling something, Carla, which was kind of a why question, where why are we leaving out certain entities and not others? Because that needs to be explained according to Wade and Carla in the code as well. So there's a lot more to do here. I'm not saying it's not the right answer, but I'm also coming up with other thoughts here and other questions that need to really be considered to make sure that we're not going to bankrupt the village on the sidewalk situation. And Van Den Heever's discussion today was pretty eye-opening, and he lives in Malta, so it's not like we'd have to grab him far away to come in. Okay.
Okay. And still, the general concept, because we are going to try to unearth and document all the different costs as we go, insurance, overhead, things like that. But it would be good to hear from the public, you like one approach or the other in general. What do you think makes sense? Obviously, the numbers matter if it can work or not, but we're starting to get to those numbers out there.
Okay. Thank you very much. Traffic control update. Want to give an update on this before I throw it to Liz and Sean. Talked to Ed Martin with the Ballston Central School District, and he is looking into purchasing possibly 2 mobile solar your speed is signs. Essentially, this allows him to justify not putting them on school property itself, and so that will be something that they are going to be able to afford us the use of ultimately, and we appreciate that as long as they can move that forward. But he was very optimistic and cooperative on that phone call, as Ed often is with us. So thank you to Ed and to the school district for considering that. Go right ahead, Sean, I'm going to assume.
No.
Okay, Liz? I got both names. I got a 50-50
Thanks.
chance.
Is that a mobile unit like the one we have?
No, it's a solar unit, so it doesn't need to be fully
Yeah,
progressively recharged.
In talking with Chief Bush, that.
Yeah, that thing's bad.
Yeah, it's a little too old.
I get it.
Just an update, I requested from Chief Bush, the data from Officer Ackley, who's been doing the traffic, and received a stack like this, and attempted to sort of take a look at all this data. Now, there was a sheet that had all the traffic warnings, and those are the numbers in black. So as you can see, the stop sign, running the stop sign on Moulton and Hyde, 75 warnings. The ones in red are the actual violations. Yellow is, I thought I'd highlight DWI, and accidents are in green. So I took these, and it had, separate sheets for intersections and versus roads and stuff, and sort of grouped them into areas which are divided by the lines. And actually, just this afternoon, talking to Sean, he said we could measure Milton and Church Avenue, so that they have some issues here, particularly on the double day end with speed. So we may want to look at that, add that. But
Liz, I just add that we should probably see if DOT has already done some 2 counts nearby or in the vicinity, so we may not have to.
Well, that's true. So, basically just perusing this, traffic measurement, I think, should first be done on Malta Ave, because if you can see the number of running stop signs and speeding, etc., that seems to be one of the worst streets. Followed by West Street, Rowland, Milton Avenue, potentially will already have it, and Fairgrounds. Now, from this data, we don't know how much time he spent on, each location. I didn't get that. So this is
It's
just
a rotation. It's on a rotation basis. So.
right. So, but I don't have that information, but it's a first look. And what's really dramatic is the number of incidences that have occurred. And the period is approximately April to October of this year. And there, 200 violations, which is a large number. So, this is just for information. The next step is to contact some firms that do this and find out what it would cost us to have a firm come out and lay down the tubes and do a couple of weeks. And from that, we should get better data as, because I don't know how we did the rotation, what time of day it'll cover a 2-week period. We can really look at the data and see what's going on.
Does the crowd have these? I didn't watch, see if we had enough crowd or not. You don't have these? Why don't, when you're
No,
done.
I just finished them today.
Yeah, why don't we circulate for the crowd to see too, so they.
Oh, yeah, if there's extras, but also we can, make this available on the website or.
Hey, guys.
DWI. Yeah, no, what's the cat, in the green, there were 5 accidents. But, I put it in DWI because, driving while intoxicated is not a safe way to drive. You may
hit somebody. So, this is sort of a first cut look based on, Officer Akeley.
Ackley. Yep.
Spending 2 days a week rotating around, the area. But I think it does give us a first cut look as to where the problems are.
The issue is widespread. Unfortunately, it's a I think sign of the times with a lot of municipalities right now that you're going to see people speeding, not stopping, and not following signage. One thing we were working on as an FYI is, and Jennifer, correct me if I'm wrong, we're proceeding on trying to get some more, like I think it's called them flamboyant, no truck signs for either side of Hyde Boulevard, something a little more visible. The text on them, I think, is a little bit deficient, and the picture on it may be too big to really have the person see it that way. So we're trying to do something there. Remember, you can't use cameras in New York except in school zones, and so there's nothing we can do in that vein to do control the way we would like to, because then we could probably catch almost every truck if we could do that kind of surveillance, but we cannot.
Did have 7 trucks on Malta, and that, I don't know if they were in the area of the school, but that is a school zone there. So maybe cameras might be worth looking at to at least, because the trucks tend to come up from the Route 50.
I believe it's also city-based. I think there's another caveat about which schools can have it. It's a,
I know.
I have no idea why the law is written that way.
Well,
at this
it's
point.
like if we wanted to lower our speed limit, we have to do a traffic study, which, you think.
We'll
there
repeat what
are-
Carla just said.
Good job.
Okay, she said it. Yep.
Anyways, but this is a first cut. We'll continue to, explore what it's gonna cost to do, but I think it makes a lot of sense to start with the before data and then, add signs, do striping, other types of techniques, your speed R signs that are permanent signs that say how fast you're going, try some of these and then test again and see if it makes a difference. So, Sean, do you want to add to that?
The only thing I would add would probably be wildly unpopular, but that's who I am. And so I noticed here there's 75 stop sign infractions where somebody ran through at Malta and Hyde. Usually high numbers like that indicate that there's a stop sign that doesn't belong there. Because in general, what it means is that those stop signs really, particularly on a main line, are being ignored because there's just not enough side street traffic to make people stop.
That intersection has an interesting history, because I think you started on the board and that's when it moved from where Ralph Street starts, I think, up to High Boulevard. And I think it's an interesting analysis to see if that is the part that's getting blown through the most. And that's something we could ask Ed directly, probably. I'm curious now.
Yeah, typically that, if you see a lot of violations, because the side street traffic isn't enough to make people stop, so they're rolling through.
Yeah.
Interesting.
As someone who goes through that intersection, you're coming out of Hyde and you're taking a left or a right, and there are a lot of cars who go through. And that intersection is where children who are going from the school, there's not a crosswalk there, which there needs to be, to make their way down to the Kelly Park and the pool, particularly in the summer. I think we need some improvements, and I don't know. I'm not sure I agree that we should take the stop sign out. So that's just my personal feeling.
Well, you two duke it out later. We'll continue moving along in the meeting. Bernard, if you don't mind, I'm going to ask Chris Dubuque to come forward. And I know Chris was at the Saratoga Springs meeting last week, city council meeting, with respect to the question of the atrocities that occurred in the Middle East over the last weeks. And I I know this is a topic that is near and dear to him, and he's in an interesting position to discuss it. Want to invite him to give us a little bit of a preface here with respect to the issue of a resolution regarding Israel and Mideast peace. If you can, Chris.
Thank you, Mayor Rossi, for calling me up. I wish there's for better circumstances being up here, but I wanted to just bring to this community's attention. Sometimes you don't realize who your neighbors are. Again, we often talk about a village of friends, and we just had 9/11 ceremony. I know we just had a dedication yesterday to the monument for the war with Mexico. Again, I want to thank Mayor Rossi, Bernadette, Liz for showing up. It's very important that we remember our history so we're not apt to repeat it. It's very difficult what I'm going to talk about. I know there may be some people at home watching because you can't be here because you're on parent duty, babysitting duty. I'm going to be honest, I'm going to mention a few things that might upset a few people and talk about some stuff that might be a little graphic in nature. I feel it's important to do so. So I suggest you use caution if you have children that are listening. Give you a little history. My family moved to this village in 2018. Prior to moving to this village, we lived in the town of Milton. Prior to that, we lived down in Gloversville. I have a beautiful wife and 4 children. My wife is Jewish. My children are Jewish. I converted to Judaism for my wife and for my children. And we made a decision of how we were going to raise our children religiously and what moral fiber we wanted to instill in them. We were members of Knesset Israel out in Gloversville. We joined Temple Sinai here up in Saratoga. My family was there most of their time. Now they are part of Saratoga Chabad. Whenever they have any type of celebrations, whether it's Shabbat or whether it's any of the holidays that we hold near and dear to our heart and try to participate in. This village was very, it was wonderful. And again, it warmed our hearts when you did the menorah lighting ceremony last year. It was an incredible turnout. My son, who just celebrated his 14th birthday yesterday, was the one that ended up lighting those candles. So again, that was a huge honor. And I do remember that we joked at the time, our son's Ephraim, he's yay big, a little bit bigger, and he met another Ephraim that is yay big. So when the other Ephraim heard Ephraim called up to light the candles, he was a little bit shocked, and then he saw little Ephraim go up and light the candles. But I remember that family coming up to us, they had just returned from Israel, and they said, "This is amazing." It felt like a piece of Israel right here in the village of Ballston Spa. Can you imagine? It's history being made right there. Honestly, history being made right there. To feel that. So I won't lie, it was a little disheartening. We grieved quite a bit. Again, this is the Jewish community's 9/11. Make no mistake. You never forget where you were on 9/11. I'll never forget where I was on October 7th. We were actually coming back from the Little Falls Cheese Festival when my wife was getting caught up on X and Facebook and everything going on, and had said, "Oh, Israel was attacked." Well, if you know anything about Israel, there's often rockets lobbed in Israel. So the first thought I thought was, "Oh, okay, they're shooting rockets again." You know, that can't be anything significant. It happens quite often. And then we started to hear about the concert. We started to hear about the atrocities there. We started to hear about the atrocities later through the days that happened on the kibbutz. And again, the videos that poured in, the images that poured in. I like to put a face, if you could see. That's my youngest. 14 now, but that was when he was 4 years old. Sunday school at Temple Sinai. You don't forget major dates that happen. October 27th, 2018, at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh, an assailant went in and killed 11 Jews and injured 6, many who were Holocaust survivors. It was the worst attack on a Jewish community in U.S. history. You used to be able to walk up to Temple Sinai at any time and you could walk in. Sunday school, you could walk in. Wednesday night was Hebrew night, you could walk in. Friday or Saturday Shabbat service, you could walk in. After that horrific attack, we had to install cameras. We had to install a lock on the door. We had to assign a parent volunteer and a parent backup to check every single person coming into the synagogue. Security was increased. We had a Saratoga Springs police officer in front of the synagogue. We had 2 officers at first, always in the car, no matter what was going on. And we had 1 officer there. And again, you think, all right, this was tragic. This was tragic. There's obviously anti-Semitism out there, and you worry about your family when you hear these things, but they seem so distant. You know, that was in Pittsburgh. That couldn't happen in this area. My wife had a chance to go to Israel for a birthright trip. She taught Sunday school. I ran the youth group up there, and they gave a chance for a lot of Sunday school teachers to attend a birthright trip to go to Israel for a couple of weeks. It was a great experience for her. She saw many great sights, but she also experienced some rocket attacks over there when she was over there. Nothing like October 7th. Again, I just want to put in perspective, it was the worst attack on Israel since 1973 and the largest loss of Jewish life in one day since the Holocaust. Many people aren't really paying attention. They're not looking, or they're quick to 2 sides of the issue. They want to jump over, and we're seeing those demonstrations right now. My wife should actually be up here talking, but she's down in New York City right now for a training event for the state. And believe me, I'm worried about her safety now down there. If you met my wife, she's a very strong individual, an outspoken individual, not one to ever hide her identity. So she probably wears her Star of David around her neck. And again, I'm a little bit concerned. I would never tell her not to wear it, but there have been some attacks, people who aren't going to hide their identity down in the city. Recently, just up in Saratoga, even after the city came together and denounced Hamas and pledged their support to their Jewish community, we had a little demonstration up there from the Saratoga Black Lives Matter group that was carrying around Palestinian flags and chanting "From the river to the sea, Palestine must be free." Insane. I brought with me a list just to put in perspective, and this is probably not the most up-to-date list. 4 pages. Counted them. Children, 162, all killed in the attacks. I looked up a local school here, St. Mary's. There's only 149 students. That'd be like somebody going in and wiping out the entire K through 5th classes of St. Mary's. And I hear, again, everybody trying to decry, and again, 2 sides of the issue. And all I can point out, I think of the video of Shani Luke, and German Israeli that was part of that festival that got attacked, where 200 young people were killed. And you see the video. Her body was paraded in the back of a pickup while was going through Gaza, and the Palestinians walked right up and spit on her body, her half-naked body, with a leg bent in a way a leg should never bend. You see the videos of the young lady that was pulled out of the back of a truck, blood covering her entire backside of her pants, down her ankle, shoved in the other part of the truck. You hear about the stories of the Zaka volunteers going in and finding bodies in Kibbutz Bari, one of a pregnant woman shot in the back, her stomach cut open, her baby pulled out and stabbed. And the first thing they can think is, what happened first? Was the stomach cut open and was the baby stabbed? And then the mother shot, or was the mother shot and then the stomach cut open and the baby stabbed? Another house, 2 adults, 2 children. The children had their feet cut off while their parents watched. The parents had their eyes gouged out while the children watched. Eventually they were shot in the back. But the whole time the people doing this were sitting around the table eating a meal that they had prepared for Shabbat and for Simchat Torah, for holiday. Ate this meal while they did this. And I can go on and on and on. 1,400 dead, 222 captives. Now, because everybody wants to denounce it and they don't want to admit it, they don't want to see it, Israel is releasing even more footage of the body cam footage that was on the terrorists that went through. We're not asking this village to take a side. We're not asking you to take Israel's side. We're not. We're asking you to protect your Jewish community. We're asking you to denounce the atrocities committed by Hamas. I saw how this community came together when the despicable march of the Proud Boys came through just to intimidate some residents. And now 10 minutes away, there's a group carrying Palestinian flags and chanting from the river to the sea until Palestine is free. Make no mistake, from the river to the sea means the destruction of Israel and all the deaths, the death of all Jews within Israel. And you think they would stop there? So again, I worry for my family. And I am be the first one to call it anti-Semitism when I see it. And I'm seeing a lot of it. And it's not a political thing. You see it on the left and you see it on the right. I saw people who I thought were friends come out and say despicable things, disgusting things. And I'll be the first to call them out. I was there at Beth Emeth. I may disagree with her on many issues, but Governor Hochul came out and spoke against these atrocious acts. I may disagree with Paul Tomko. He came and spoke out against these atrocious acts. I was at Congregation Shara Tefillah. Kerry Warner came and spoke out against these atrocious attacks. Mayor Ron Kim came out, spoke out against these atrocious attacks, and then went back to the council and made sure to pass that decree, again, denouncing Hamas and protecting the Jewish community. So that's what we're asking this village, because it's great to show up to a menorah lighting. It's great to see the joy on the kids' faces as they get chocolate gelt and have hot chocolate. It's great to see them as they see the menorah lit and to feel like they're participating in something historic, which again, this was a great turnout of the village. Believe me, we're very thankful. We are very thankful. But my one son just turned 14, the look on his face, birthday, should be happy, should be excited. And he's worried. He goes down to Camp Lamont High every year. They go down in the city. Orthodox boys, they go in the synagogue. They're proud to say they're Jewish and they wear their kippah and their tzitzit. And now I don't know if I'm going to be sending them next year. I'm a little bit concerned. This is only going to get worse. It's only going to get worse. So again, I'm asking you to realize some of your neighbors, you may not know it, but they're reeling. They're really in pain. And I'd love to see this community come together like you did, because if you know, that was a festival of peace, that was lighting a light in darkness. And this is a very dark time. So again, I'm sorry for the graphic images, and believe me, there's even more that I'm not going to put you through, but I think the ones I left get the point across. And again, we should decry the death of Jews and anyone who is willing to sweep this under the rug and treat this like this as a political issue when it's really not. It's a human issue. And again, I do thank this village. I am still proud to live in this village because I've lived in many places and I've never seen quite a community turnout of, let's be it, we're a small Jewish population. I'm not Jewish anymore. I went back to Catholicism, but even then, I've been in many Jewish communities. We have a particularly small one here in this village, and yet this village turned out. Most of you, I'm sure, aren't Jewish, but turned out for menorah lighting and to support your community. Please remember us now and our families now, though, during this dark time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Bernadette, taking it from there.
Yes, thank you, Chris, for sharing your thoughts on that, and just sharing in such passionate detail of how this impacts our, Jewish residents as well as other residents who have ties to Israel and Palestine. Set out last week to write something in response, and for a small village, for a small village, you think, what kind of connection do we have to something going on across the world? And, but we do in ways, and so sought out to write something, presented it to our board. I said, I do not want to fight. Let's find language we can work on. And we had a very productive email back and forth. And I think everyone who provided input, Ben, Sean, and Liz, Frank had workshopped a little bit with me, making sure my grammar is correct and that we're not missing things. So I'm not really sure how to proceed forward, but other than to read what was at least the last iteration, kind of incorporating everyone's thoughts as best as I could. Whereas the village of Ballston Spa and its residents are peace-loving, seek to grow understanding, and work to end all hate. And whereas the village and its residents, as part of the great state of New York, are acutely aware of how hate can manifest into awful acts of terrorism, and condemn the violent acts of terrorism committed by Hamas on October 7th that took the lives of more than 1,200 innocent civilians in Israel, including the lives of Americans. Whereas the atrocious acts of Hamas have left many other precious human lives abducted, wounded, beaten, raped, and emotionally harmed. And whereas, sorry, this one's really hard. The village of Ballston Spa is especially distressed by the many children who remain missing. Whereas the terrorist acts of Hamas are solely their own and not that of innocent Palestinians subjected to the regime of fear. And as a village, we wish peace for all peoples of the region. Whereas the village recognizes how difficult the unfolding events have been for residents of Ballston Spa, those of Jewish, Muslim, Christian, and other descent, and those with close ties with Israel and Palestine. And as a village, we wish to extend comfort to those worried and brokenhearted by the violence. And we share hope with them for the return and healing of those impacted. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the village of Ballston Spa urges peace in Israel and the Palestinian territories, for the governments to work toward equal human rights and an end to the long-standing conflict. And they further resolved that the village of Ballston Spa will remain committed to growing understanding among the variety of people residing in our own community, to rejecting all forms of hate, ensuring law enforcement is especially attuned to it, and supporting opportunities to create a community spirit and care for one another.
Thank you, Bernadette, for writing that, editing it, and making sure that it was something that the board would be proud to stand behind. I think Ben has his light on, so go right ahead.
Yes, thanks for talking about this difficult subject, and Chris, for your for your presentation and sharing your background and some of the information on that awful event. And we all mourn what happened and condemn it. And Hamas is a horrible, terrible organization, and that is just a fact. I'm Jewish. I have family who live in Israel who are deeply impacted, obviously, by this horrible event. And I support what is said here, but I also feel as a human being that it's important to acknowledge that at this point in time, 5,000 innocent Palestinians have now died. And that includes 2,000 children and 1,100 women. And it's growing by the day. And at some point, I think it's unethical and immoral not to condemn that level of violence and beyond that is going to currently being happen in that Middle East. So we're all humans. Palestinians are humans. Their lives are equal to anyone else's lives. And most of them are innocent. They did not ask for this, and they are paying the price. And I think we need to, at some point, condemn the level of violence perpetrated upon them as well, because at some point it just becomes not acceptable. So I think what I asked, I appreciate you putting in that, with their governments, resolve the village of Ballston urges peace and Israel and the Palestinian territories and for their governments to work toward equal human rights and an end to the longstanding conflict. And I'm glad you responded and put some language like that in, because it is important to understand the context for all this violence. I do think it would be appropriate to say at this point in time, again, if we did this resolution right after the act, we wouldn't have 5,000 Palestinians dead, but at this time we do. And I think it would be appropriate for a village board that represents everybody, not just one population or another, to add a phrase like, whereas we also mourn the loss of thousands of innocent lives in Gaza, and recognize that Palestinians have a right to life. And so that's I wish we had that in this statement as well.
I suppose I tried doing that, but the line was requested to be removed because it wasn't verified as to what the cause was with the bombing, especially at the.
I'm not talking about just the hospital thing. I'm glad you removed that.
But
This is just I would just a generic. Whereas we also mourn the loss of thousands of innocent lives in Gaza. It's not about the hospital specifically. Anyway. Because all lives are, we're all children of God here, and there's a terrible tragedy unfolding now.
I'm sorry, but are you kidding me? Are you really kidding me?
I know, Chris, you feel strongly about this. And
Ben, it was savage. I hear proportionality in the news. I hear the numbers in the news. I can guarantee you the IDF's not going in and raping children, murdering children.
Bombs kill and
Raping women.
decapitate and burn
And that's
children.
because Hamas uses human shields. They cry Hamas.
Chris, I get it, and I understand the passion there. Ben's made his point. At this point, I would like to offer this resolution as it stands, as I think it does reach a point, and this was the work of a lot of back and forth over this last week, to arrive at something that would be as close to perfect as possible without going over the edges that could create, I think, issues. I mean, I think, Chris, you didn't react until that discussion. Were you okay with the resolution as it stood out of curiosity?
As it stood, I think it was very well written, and as hard as it was to deliver, I will give Bernadette a sane amount of credit for being able to get through the entire resolution.
I'd like to say I'm in the unique position that I've been married to a Muslim and I'm now married to a Jew. And I've seen both sides. I've seen the prejudice and of people judging my first husband because he was Muslim, and people judging my current husband because he's Jewish. And I'm also just torn apart by this violence. And it's violence on both sides, and it's been going on for years and years and years. I don't know what it is about humans that they can't just resolve their differences and decide to live together. I mean, it's tragic, and I agree with Ben. Both sides are doing atrocities, killing innocents, and I think there's no excuse for anyone doing that. Yes, somebody kills my family, I'm going to go after them. That's human nature, no matter what side you're on. I think, as Ben said, if this was right after the attack, yeah, but it shouldn't happen, that's all.
I think it takes time for communities and individuals to process. And so, I mean, I agree with you. I wish I had said something sooner about this, but
Second.
sorry. So That's all I can say. I think people are brokenhearted, and that is the heart behind this. So I'm sorry it wasn't at our last meeting. But this is what I have before you all today, and I really hope and try to reflect as best as possible what everybody could possibly perhaps agree on. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you for putting it together. The title that I'd be more comfortable with, I don't expect this to change, is Village Board condemns killing of innocent civilians in Israel and Palestine, because that's where we are right now.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
Oh, thank you.
Did we get a second?
Yes.
Well,
Hold on 1 second.
I'm fine with that statement, if you're fine with that.
Can I get a motion to approve the resolution as a resolution that represents the feelings of the board of the village, the Board of Trustees to the Village of Ballston. So,
Frank, with the previous statement, you said that we don't do motions, that we just make statements.
no,
With the Proud Boys statement,
we approved unanimously a resolution in that situation. So if you'd like me to restate it as, can I get a unanimous show of support by the board? Is that where you want me to go with this with respect to the resolution as amended?
Okay.
Okay. All in favor of supporting the resolution, please state aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution carries. Okay. Everybody okay to move on? We good? Okay. Zoning BOA RFPs. We are 3 days away from the extended deadlines for both of these RFPs. And we had a little bit of a hiccup last week whereby a member of the board had reached out to apparently the consultants that were given the RFP and suggested to those consultants that the village board was going to give better weight to those that presented joint proposals.
That's not true.
Well, there was some influence. I mean, I can read it
No,
directly.
you're reading something that's not there. It said what happened is
Well, why don't we just read the text?
two consultants said they were going to partner with one doing one and the other, and then, work together to make sure there was communication back and forth. And because that was a fact, and when you do an RFP, if you get additional information, you pass it to all the consultants. So I passed it on. I personally think if either one firm does both or two firms partner, that there'll be better coordination between these two somewhat similar projects in some ways.
But let's.
And excuse me.
Well, you interrupted me, so I would like to jump back here for a second.
And all I said was that we would entertain, we wouldn't give preference, we would just entertain if consultants wanted to partner.
Okay, so
So.
couple issues that occurred with this respect. I'll accept the wording that you just put there, fine, but here's what happens. We gave a heads up to all folks that certain consultants were going to submit proposals in that style, which technically were giving away secrets of the process in that situation. But also, the state of New York won't allow this to occur because the BOA RFP is a state mandated RFP, and we did seek to make sure that is accurate. Matt Smith from the Department of State confirmed to Bernadette that, in fact, no, you cannot package together these RFPs in that manner. We've been asking for the email list so that we could today, Friday, we were hoping to, but today, get the notice out to all the people that are hoping to, I guess, put proposals out. And we have not received that email list, and now we are going to be 2 days short of the deadline tomorrow. And I would like to know where we're going with this, because that is not fair in the process. And an RFP process is about fairness in the first place. So
Actually, that's another topic, because from what you said, ever since you introduced the idea of the committee, also being the BOA committee, and.
the committee's not an RFP, Liz. We're talking about
No,
RFPs
I know.
here.
I know you're talking about RFPs, and I had no problem with Carla's addendum, which is the way we should handle any correspondence.
But we don't know who to send it to.
Yes, you do. The same list that was.
It is, I was just waiting for the email addresses that you've been using to communicate with them. I have their physical addresses, but mailing them something, snail mail, isn't going to do me much good.
Did you mail out? the
Yes.
original?
Yes, that's how it was given to me.
Yes.
Mailing list.
I mean, I've asked you 5 times,
Okay,
literally.
anyways, I assumed that you already had the emails, so I'm sorry about that. But you have been talking many times about your conversations with a particular consultant that that basically provides, she has been providing counsel to you about the way the process should work, that we should delay the zoning in favor of BOA. And I question, whether we're making the process unfair by taking counsel from one potential consultant. I mean, if she's not going to answer the RFPs, that's fine, and I guess you can give her advice. But to me, it seems,
She highlighted exactly the issue here, Liz. First off, she flagged after sending in her BOA RFP, the concern she had about the order of the process, and provided the village her insight as to it. I made sure Bernadette was on a call. You got on a separate call, Bernadette, with her to learn how this works from a professional that does this all the time.
well,
Whether or not you agree with it, that's fine.
No,
but
no,
I-
but the
let
thing is-
me finish in 1 sec. Okay, so then you reached out and stated there's potentially an advantage, or at least some consideration of these joint proposals, be it one person putting in a joint answer between 2 RFPs, or 2 consultants teaming up in that way. And she asked essentially, well, wait a minute, do I have to put my RFP response in based on this type of process?
I did not give her any advice. I said,
Yeah, well, there was a back and forth between you and her, because she reached out to you to question your suggestion. And
well, I
you
told her
basically
she
said,
knows-
you're the professional, you know more, basically.
Right, but you've been taking counsel from a prospective applicant, and that's not the way the RFP process works. And so, I don't know, I mean, I have. a lot
I'd
of-
rather take it from her than you right now, because you
Well,
put out information that was
excuse me,
completely
excuse me.
false.
The issue is whether we created a level playing field.
You
And-
just unleveled it. I don't know
No,
if you
I did
realize that.
not. When you
Yeah.
took counsel from one of the potential applicants.
I haven't even talked about who's going to be picked or not.
No,
No,
it sounds like there's been a lot of interaction with one person who's actually hoping to get the bid. That is, I think.
Somebody that
not-
you've worked with on the PUDD back when.
yes,
It's not appropriate, I think, to have that level of communication with someone who's trying to bid on a job.
Well, then don't vote for her to be the person.
no, it's the process isn't being done correctly. I mean.
Liz,
Carla.
Liz,
pointed
Liz,
out
disqualify her then.
that-
That's what you would do, if
No.
that's what you feel.
The thing is, she's a good consultant. I
Okay, then don't
consider her-
disqualify her.
No, but the process has not been done correctly.
Well, no kidding, Liz.
Well, then you need to have her.
You
do
need
what-
to abide by
excuse me,
the actual
excuse me, Can I
RFP.
finish? You need to have her summarize her interactions with you.
We've summarized them for you, Liz.
No, she needs to put together a summary of it, and that needs.
I
to
will
be
send you
shared.
all the emails, Liz.
No, I said that
Liz?
needs to be shared.
Liz, it's
with
been
the
shared.
other consultants that are applying
For what purpose?
to make a level playing field. She has information they don't have.
Of what kind? It didn't affect the RFP. Well, you affected the RFP. That was contrary to anything she provided.
When Bernadette talked to her and got.
So are we extending this or not? Because right now.
Not unless we see it first, for one,
See what?
what you're going to send the consultants.
Our council provided it yesterday.
Okay, that's fine.
What
What are we gonna do?
The issue is still that you have been taking counsel from one of the applicants.
Liz,
I mean, I'd ask Carla she wrote that if information has been shared with any proposers for either zoning or BOA, that information should be provided immediately to Jen so she can make sure information goes to all proposers and updated on the RFPs, especially in respect to the BOA, which is state mandated.
okay, and would you like to address that, I guess? Since she's.
Yes,
Go ahead.
that's yes, I don't know what else to say. Right now, I don't care who talked to who, and it's not like we get the information from those individuals, we get the information from anybody on the side of the village that spoke to these people. You have to tell what information you gave to those individuals, because that information has to be given to everybody.
Right.
And the only thing I've offered
But
Lisa.
not from that person, from the people in the
Correct.
village.
Okay.
Yeah, what I
people in the
informed
village have to
Lisa
say-
on Friday was that we confirmed with the state that we could not package the two RFPs together in the way that you would suggest in your email, that we were
I did not
endeavoring.
suggest that. in
And
the email.
we were endeavoring to inform all of the people that received the RFPs. And she agreed that was the correct move, and actually, contrary to something that would benefit her, suggested an extension of time for others, which actually works counter to her being picked, because she's actually saying, I don't care if other people put in a submission at this point. The only fair thing is to do it under the circumstances of what happened here. So give her points for that at least.
I'm saying this process has not, and actually I talked to Matt Smith today, and they are not against the coordination of either one consultant doing both, or there be a partnership, and even to potentially.
There's nothing saying they can't both, you can't pick the same person for both. They just can't put the proposals together in a wrap format.
Proposals, but working together, they can potentially
That
do
wasn't the
do
issue.
a survey, and both put in questions.
Well, that was not never. Yeah. So that was never the issue. The issue was the way it was communicated in a series of emails that I believe went out to people you had in contact as far as potential proposers, that it made it sound like there was going to be higher preference for those who applied together or coordinated. And I wanted it very clear, and Matt made it clear, that BOA really should be decided upon. Our BOA RFP and any applicants should be decided based off of those criteria in the BOA. It's pretty strict. And I guess I just want that very clear to everyone, including people you've talked to or whoever, that it's just very crystal clear that they cannot be lumped together. Doesn't mean that we wouldn't consider, people that are doing it together, or.
That's exactly what I told them.
It did not, the way it read was quite confusing. So I think that's the whole point of this.
Two firms have indicated their plans to respond as a team to do both. We will consider joint proposals from one or more firms.
So that's it. We will consider.
No, we won't. We actually won't. We can't. We cannot.
If they submit two.
Two teams have indicated
Use your
their
mic,
plans
Liz.
to respond as a team to do both. Okay, that is not an option currently.
So we just gotta make that crystal clear, that they must have different RFPs for BOA, and then for zoning separately, different funding source, different requirements from the Department of State, our own requirements that we have outlined for some creative idea they might have.
Yeah, they have to have à la carte proposals.
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
Never said they don't.
Your language was not clear, and I think it created confusion and stuff.
I think it actually is causing some people, because we did have somebody that seemed interested before actually state that they don't have time to essentially do both and pulled out. So I think that actually has confused the process and caused some people to say nay on this. So the question I have, and this is why it's still here on this agenda, was what are we going to do with the deadline? Since again, we did not get a chance today to inform.
How many applications do we have?
Jen and Terry.
3 or 4.
For which?
I want to say there's only 1 for zoning and the others are for POI.
So you've already received applications, so
This was before you can smush them together email.
right, so they're there, they're separate.
Yeah.
So if you want to
But
send it, but I don't think there's a need to extend the deadline, because when you extended the deadline first, they were already have it done.
Take it
So
away,
I
Tony.
don't think somebody is going to change their, I mean, to make it clear that yes, we need 2 separate responses.
Carl?
I don't think the question, I think this got conflated and I tried yesterday to get this off the agenda. It didn't work, so. Sunday working. It's not whether they're going to submit proposals, it's just the terminology you guys have been saying is even the playing field. Terminology I use is not violating the law. So you need, the whole purpose of procurement is fairness. Everybody has all the same information. So what I propose is that even, you have to provide the information, even if there's folks that have already put in a proposal, you have to provide the information even after they put in the proposal. It may change it, it may not, but you have to give them the opportunity to do that. So that's why I would propose that the language that I threw out to you guys last night goes in. Jen, I think you were on that email. Yeah, you excited? And I think that to make this easier, Liz, you do have an email list. You have folks that you sent emails to. If you could provide that email list by like 10 a.m. tomorrow to Jen.
I thought she already had it. That's why.
No, if you recall, when we first started doing this, Jen and I had actually asked for the email list originally to send it out. And I think the response was it's got to be on their websites or something like that. So we don't have an email list, but you have provided emails to people. So we need to know who you respond, who you've provided emails to. Can you send the email list and send the emails? Because then we know what information you've put in them. So we can make sure that
I did, I forwarded it.
all of the emails that you sent?
I only sent 2 emails.
Okay, that's
One that
fine.
was extended, the deadline's been extended, and this last one, there's been no other.
Right, but does it show who
No,
the
because of
recipients are?
BCC, I don't.
Okay, so we need Jen.
No,
we
I
need
will print out the list. So that's no problem.
Okay, well, I don't think we need to print it out. If you could forward it to Jen.
Copy and paste into the body of an email, the
Right.
BCC
Okay,
list.
Right.
Okay, send an email.
And then you guys can throw this language on there. All the language says is, yay, come apply for us. You have to apply for BOA this way, for zoning this way. Sure, you can apply for both. Just because you apply for both doesn't mean you're gonna get both. Doesn't mean it's gonna be an economy of scales. It's not a joint project. Does that make sense to everybody?
Now, the question is about an extension or not.
I don't know if you need an extension. But that's not really up to me. That's not a legal question.
Thanks for working on a Sunday for us.
Thank you.
Was the, when this notice for RFP for both of them sent out originally, I know there was, Liz urged that we mention to these firms that there's also a zoning RFP for the BO. Was that mentioned initially?
No, I don't believe we did it,
So-
and I'm kind of glad we didn't under the circumstances.
I don't believe, because it kind of happened after the fact anyway. So I had already started sending out just to some local firms that had already worked on BOA projects, that what do you call it, that we have our RFP out. I can certainly let you know who I contacted if you want to add
So
that to the
you had some
FYIs.
communications with some firms and not others?
Only, mainly just to let local ones know we had this. And then it also went on to the contract reporter as well as our website. So it was very readily available to any sort of proposer who would be interested.
Right. So it doesn't seem like a whole lot of problem has happened. We are in an unusual situation. We're doing a BOA and a zoning at the exact same time. We've already conflated the two with this idea of putting the committee, having one committee for both. And so it makes sense to think about both at the same time, and how you articulate that to these people. Obviously we can argue about that, but it makes perfect sense that we're thinking about it. And it also makes perfect sense to let them know we're doing both. And hopefully they saw that we're doing both when these RFPs went out.
Yeah, and the thing is, I think the overlap in firms was significant. I mean, I like to see the list that you sent to compare it to my list, and I bet 80% at least, if not 90%, are the same firm. So
And that's fine. Yeah, but this is also why it was supposed to be centralized, as Carla was just saying too.
Well, I provided the list to Jen, but
this is why the executive and the office of the executive should be handling these aspects of it, because this is where you convolute with having too many hooks in the situation. Now we end up with a no we did on October 17th. So what was 6 days ago? We haven't corrected that no yet. And so what are we going to do? I keep asking the question. It sounds like we're going to send the email tomorrow after we receive the ECCs you had.
Yeah.
Well, what else at this point? Anything or nothing?
Do you want to extend the deadline?
I feel it's probably wise to give it one more week because of what happened, but that's
Why?
going to be up to the board.
How did
Because
that slow things down?
Because for instance, that one firm that said no after receiving that batch thing might reconsider, realize, oh, it was a goof. Maybe I can do BOA, but not the other one. So
I don't know.
You know, it becomes that fairness question, the law question, or whatever you want to call it at this point. So up to you. I'm just in that you asked me, I'm just giving you my view on it in that respect.
You're saying 3 days? I don't think that'll make a difference. I think we just move on.
No, I said a week.
Or a week.
What I suggested. Yeah. To November 2nd.
Do we think it'll make any difference to any other applicant?
I don't know, but there's only one way, I guess, to find out technically. But I mean, yeah, up to you. Yeah, November 2nd is also, I believe, the date of the next meeting for the ZAC. So it actually would give them an opportunity to start looking at. They did not have an intention, I don't think, to go full bore into it at that meeting, from what I remember them discussing. So it's not like we're affecting that per se.
Are you asking them to do the BOA reviews as well?
I don't know. That wasn't necessarily the case, but we did say they were going to do the zoning RFP.
Right. So there's one right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they could deal with that anyway. Maybe you do 5 days, and so they have a few days ahead of their meeting to get the thing.
October 31st.
No, I probably won't make any difference whatsoever, but it doesn't matter to me.
For zoning.
Yes.
I think that's at least my thought. I think that's reasonable to correct for the people that are maybe the firms that might have been confused. And I believe Liz had encouraged and suggested that the zoning committee, the ZAC, to call you guys by the right acronym, could start reviewing code that exists and familiarizing themselves with that. What were the other things? You mentioned a few other things they could work on.
The first phase is not writing code. The first phase is looking at existing code, looking at neighborhoods, setting kind of the stage, particularly for a consultant. They gotta bring the consultant up to speed on everything, here in the village. And the BOA process has some real value to the zoning, particularly if they do market research, you know, because people can come up with uses for, you know, an area that may not make a lot of sense.
But let's say
But
So my
focus there.
point is
Yeah.
that, so.
so I think, I mean, in talking with Matt, he said, you know, we should work it out. He did not definitely say that it should be, one should precede the other.
That's not the question. The
Yeah,
question
what
is
I was gonna
RFP.
say.
doesn't
Are you-
right now.
So what I'm suggesting was that since there is work that Zach can kind of do for now and get educated on stuff locally,
Yes.
that the 1 week extension won't impact them for their next meeting and make it like a loss of a meeting. That's what I meant, yeah.
Well, why don't we just extend it to the 31st?
Actually, let's do November 1st, get off Halloween, and also it's been a 6-day, she did it at 9:37 PM on the 17th, so people didn't really get it till the 18th, so it's been 6 days of must, basically, when we send tomorrow. So 6 days, we'll get 6 days on the other end of it now to correct the time it was wrongly out there.
So.
It's justified that way.
I'm perfectly fine with giving more time because we only have one
Yeah.
proposal.
Yeah.
That's the other issue.
Yeah.
I would love to have.
Right you are.
Well, I mean,
More than one.
are there, do you think that some of the proposals received, you know, misinterpreted this and therefore they were gonna take their proposal back and modify it?
We don't know.
Okay,
So,
but given the timing of when they came in,
They came in much earlier than this.
oh,
They were a while.
so they,
but others may have been planning to respond and then negated that because of what was said. And so we don't know. Can I get a motion to, well, let me add it to the post so that we don't have to go through a public comment at this point. It's specific to this, but it can be included in the public comment, main public comment. So there will be a motion to provide an extension for both the BOA and the zoning RFPs to November 1st, 2023.
I guess what I'm thinking is it would be nice for them to get at least the zoning RFP, since they're a zoning board, that night. So can, you know, assuming there's only like one,
Yeah.
maybe two, can they be sent those
Sure.
so they can talk about it?
They're in email form, so we could press forward and be done with it.
yeah, they're not restricted, like BOA, I guess you have a rule that you can't open them before the due
Well,
date.
no, you shouldn't open anything before
No.
the due date, but the meeting's after the due date.
Yes.
It's on the due date. I
No,
guess.
it's
No, it's the day after.
Oh,
Due
okay,
date's the
okay.
first.
All right, so they can be sent that, okay.
Okay, so that will be on the agenda now. Also, there's gonna be a motion that did get left off, and so I want to include that now. I know we have one more issue here, but before I forget, to accept Labella's proposal related to the Pulp Street Mill drainage system and to permit the mayor to approve spending related to work to be done after informal consultation with the Board of Trustees upon receipt of proposals. That is because if it's an emergency scenario, procurement is not going to apply to it. And we are being advised that we need to act quickly to avoid continued deterioration and get the work done before the winter on this. So that is also going to be a motion coming up in the main batch of motions. Apologize for that not being there. Okay, one more thing here, John Street Tower, bid documents, bond resolution. Just want to make sure that we are okay moving forward with both tonight. Bid documents, I believe you looked through the bid documents and Jeff did as well. There were no objections with respect to those from LaBerge. Was there anything on the board's mind with respect to those? So
The only thing I did notice, which I thought was favorable, is the maintenance schedule. That the bids include.
yes,
Continual maintenance.
That's a big
of
thing
the
for John. Yep.
John Street Water Tower, which didn't happen before. So I think that's a real positive addition with this bid, is that the company will come back every year and inspect and maintain.
it's what ensures useful life ability to extend to up to the 40 years ultimately in the bonding too. So that's why it is there and important to be there. But so no issues on the bid documents. Anything in the bond resolution that raised concerns? I think you've all had that for a little bit now. And so we'll be moving forward with those as well.
I also have an addition for motions. And that is on a development that is occurring on the border of our village.
Liz, I can't hear you
Oh,
through the
sorry.
mic at all.
Sorry, it's about the development. And I think in order to.
The development of, I'm sorry.
The development that's occurring just over the border, the prospective development and the approval of that. I would like the Village of Ballston Spa to be an interested party in that, because it will affect both our businesses and particularly our traffic.
If you're talking about the Rossi PUDD approval from 2011 or 2021, excuse me, that was renewed in 2023, that is done. The site, that was a site plan.
Has the traffic study been done?
Yeah, everything was done.
The traffic study, the last traffic study was 2006.
Liz, Ben approved it. It was one of the votes, yeah, aye, in 2021 in the town of Ballston Planning Board.
I recused myself a second.
Right, but
After
in
you were mayor.
2021, you were part of the unanimous
So,
vote, yes.
so there is nothing left that,
No.
that development is completely
Yes,
done,
yes.
and we weren't informed about it.
Well, talk to the town of Ballston, and we don't control them.
I was under the understanding that the traffic issue was not resolved.
Under what guise?
Well, that the last traffic study was 2006, and that there's.
No, it was
increased
it was updated as part of that. It's always updated as part of that. It's a
So there were
requirement
more-
of the PUDD.
There was more traffic studies done?
It was
Counts?
confirmed by VHB. As and was approved by the board. I don't know what to tell you. There's she's already set our old seeker on that. You're looking at. Yeah.
So as long as the new owners stick with that plan.
Correct.
Then they can get a building permit.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Okay. No, I mean, it's,
So you want to withdraw that?
I guess so, because if it's already a done deal, but I wish that we had been informed that there were going to be 17 new businesses just on our borders, and that the traffic that's associated with it. That's my only concern.
It's not a Walmart. Okay, at least I can laugh at that now.
At least it's not a shop right.
Yeah. What the heck?
All right,
That
guys.
shocked
let's
me. I know,
continue
I know.
forward.
Hold on, we've got public comment here, so it's your turn to move forward here and provide us comment up to 5 minutes on any topic. One thing I would like to state upfront, because this is something we say every time. Electioneering is not permitted. Obviously, side allusions to something based on, tangentially election, whatever, okay. We understand that not everything is electioneering per se, but please be cognizant. This is about village business tonight. My guy Colucci and I had this discussion earlier today to be strict about the idea of making sure village business is done in village business times. And so let's make sure we're being true to that here. With that said, who would like to go first?
No one?
Jared.
I'm sorry.
I should have closed it real fast, not because of you, Jared.
I don't know how to take that.
No. Follow a second, you're good. Go ahead.
Jared Icolucci, 24 Chapman Street. First, I just want to start by saying, glad to see that we are moving forward with our zoning and BOA RFPs. And I think even with an accelerated timeline for the ZAC to review them, I think we'll all be fine and be able to sit down and get a good look. I'm also excited that there's an opportunity to continue moving forward with the ethics this evening. And I'm happy to see more discussion about the sidewalk law. I do just want to make note, Frank, hearing the loan program, I'm interested in that. And
sure,
I did just run a quick loan calculator to get a sense of what that might look like in comparison to what we were talking about as potential numbers. And if we estimate a loan amount of $2,700 over 10 years with a 5.5% interest rate, we could expect the total interest and principal to come to about $3,500. So on some level, I think there's a question about where the administrative costs lay here and how that might impact ultimately what that code looks like moving forward. I also want to thank Bernadette for raising awareness about the ongoing conflicts in the Middle East. Liz and Ben, thank you both for adding your perspectives. And Chris, I appreciate hearing your perspective as well. While we may not see the issue in the same way, I hope we all want the same thing, and that's peace for anyone involved in this conflict. None of us can tell, as Chris mentioned, what someone believes, what their personal history is, or who their friends are. I spent my entire adult life studying politics and history in the Middle East, first as an academic and now as an interested and passionate layperson. I lived and taught in the Middle East for over 2 years between Egypt and Qatar. I have friends in the Middle East who are impacted by this conflict. I taught history of the modern Middle East at Concordia University in St. Paul for 2 years as an adjunct professor, each course devoting several weeks to understanding the Israel-Palestine conflict. Emotions are understandably high, and I suspect that any resident aware of this current explosion in violence has strong feelings about who is right and who is wrong, what is right and what is wrong. Despite what we may feel, I think it's important to not rely on our feelings alone. Excuse me. Not rely on our feelings alone to determine who is right and who is wrong, and what human rights violations deserve our condolences. President Biden made comments, I believe this was last week, while he was in Israel, about our response in the United States following 9/11. I tend to agree with President Biden when he makes note that we let emotions cloud some of our better judgment at the start of this century. There are opinions regarding this conflict that may not be pro-Israel in as much, but that does not mean they are anti-Semitic. And recognizing that Palestinians too have faced deprivation of human rights, including the removal of a fundamental right promised to Palestinians following World War I, the right to self-determine, that is not done as a hateful act. On the contrary, I would argue that opening our hearts to the suffering of everyone in this conflict shows our love of humanity and human rights as a whole. Suffering has been a constant fact of life for most Palestinians over the past 75 years, whether they're in Gaza under the hateful regime of Hamas, the occupied West Bank under control of Israeli forces in collaboration with the Palestinian Authority, or in displaced refugee camps in Lebanon, elsewhere in the region and around the world, where they're no longer able to connect with their homeland at all. I just want to reiterate my appreciation for the board, specifically Bernadette, Ben, Liz, for voicing your perspectives, and all the others who've shared their thoughts. This is a complex issue, and I appreciate the nuanced and complex discussion that's occurred with our board. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. As Chris approaches, anybody in Zoom, remember this is a good time to raise your hand if you do want to speak, so please feel free to do so. Chris, go ahead.
Chris Abuke, 6 Kaling Drive. I want to read something here that was put out by Elon Benjamin. You may or may not have heard of him. He's the author of Massa, Stories of a Lone Soldier. You may be more familiar with his older cousin, Daniel Pearl, who was an investigative journalist for the Wall Street Journal. And in 2002, he was kidnapped and beheaded by Islamist jihadis while on assignment in Pakistan. His killers, like the Hamas killers on October 7th, proudly released a video documenting Danny's murder. Among Danny's last words were, "My father is Jewish, my mother is Jewish, I am Jewish." Danny's parents did not call for revenge. Instead, they set up the Daniel Pearl Foundation that offers fellowships, sponsors cross-cultural music events. Danny was a gifted musician himself and brings people together to improve the world. Elon Benjamin wrote a very good article It was titled, "Once I Was a Peace Advocate, Now I Have No Idealism Left." And he wrote, after describing what happened to his cousin, "Even after what my family had been through, their work encouraged me to be idealistic and believe that the Jewish people could make peace with their neighbors. I became a fierce advocate for peace. When I immigrated to Israel at the age of 18 and enlisted in the Israel Defense Forces, I was still driven by ideals. I thought I could promote more goodwill with our Palestinian neighbors. Serving in a combat unit based on the Gaza border, I witnessed the release of the kidnapped Israeli soldier Gilad Shalit, held for 5 years by Hamas when his freedom was exchanged for more than 1,000 Palestinian prisoners. 1 for 1,000. Despite my many criticisms of the Israeli government, I recognized then how much Israel valued the life of every soldier. On my rare free weekend, I spent my time at Kibbutz Be'eri because I was a lone soldier, that is, an immigrant without much close family in Israel. I was given a host family. They treated me like a son, including teasing me relentlessly for choosing to come to Israel and serve, whereas most Israelis have no choice. They were politically left, just like me. Despite rockets often raining down on them, they believed in peace, just like me. This week, when the terrorists came, of course, this was written less than a week after the 7th, ideals didn't make a difference. I watched the news in horror as terrorists massacred over 100 people at Kibbutz Be'eri, women, children. I frantically messaged my host family and heard nothing back. Like my cousin Danny years ago, my family is being held hostage. The good news, unlike Danny, my host family at Kibbutz Be'eri was saved. They are physically okay, but how can they really be okay after watching their friends and neighbors being slaughtered? There was a time when these types of events couldn't shake my ideals. I used to argue relentlessly for a two-state solution. I fought bitterly with Israeli friends about the decency of the Palestinian people. Even though radical Islamists had murdered my cousin, even though civilians had been blown up in buses daily during the Second Intifada, I refused to give in to nihilism. In 2012, I returned to the States to study film at University of Southern California and published a book about my military service that criticized the Israeli government. This didn't win me many friends, but I continued to advocate for nuance regardless. I proudly supported Black Lives Matter, LGBTQIA+, and feminist causes. I called myself a progressive Jew. But over the years, I noticed a disturbing trend. With all the atrocities in the world, why did my social justice warrior friends hate Israel so disproportionately? Why did it feel like intersectionality excluded Jews? Why did the left, who supposedly stood up for human rights, put child murdering Hamas terrorists on a pedestal? At first, I thought it must be miseducation. Oh, they think Palestinians are the indigenous people. I'll show them that Jewish history proves that otherwise and that the archaeology to prove it dates back millennia. They think we're white colonizers. I'll show how many Jews are people of color, including those who are Mizrahi, Sephardi, and Ethiopian. They'll get it once I show them that there are 50 Muslim countries and only one Jewish state. But my friends weren't interested in correcting their misunderstandings. They agreed that the settlements were unlawful, or I agreed that the settlements were unlawful, that Gaza was a humanitarian crisis, that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was a dictator. I assumed if I cared enough, if I mourned for the Palestinian dead, if I put nuance above all else, our neighbors and their allies would give us the same decency. How wrong was I this past week as over 1,300 Jews were slaughtered, the most murderous attack on Jews since the Holocaust. I saw the true face of Palestinians and their allies. All around the world, they celebrate, they gloat, they mock our tears. They do not protest against Hamas. They embrace pure evil. And so to the terrorists, I now say, when you killed my family, I forgave you. When you killed my people, I forgave you. When you killed my idealism, I have no forgiveness left. To non-Jewish friends who have reached out, thank you. It is simply the human thing to do. The friends who dared justify what has happened, you are not friends. You are nothing but Nazi supporters dressed up in leftist intellectual language. To the Palestinians, you have lost all more authority to claim victimhood. I will never advocate for you again. And to my family, friends in Israel and Jews around the world hurting right now, I love you. Stay safe. In Berlin, where I live today with my German, Ukrainian, Jewish wife, Germans love to say never again. Right now, never again is happening again in real time, live streamed for the whole world to see. I find myself looking up my military number in case the IDF reserves call for me. Unlike our enemy, I feel no joy at the prospect of going to war. But if our people's existence is at stake, I will do what I must. I will be the world's favorite villain, the Jew who has the audacity to defend his people. I didn't want to read that tonight, but I felt it necessary to share because, again, unfortunately, some people need to hear that. And that's for the 5,000. That's from Hamas Health Ministry, or Hamas. It's from the Gaza Health Ministry, which is, of course, controlled by Hamas. So I question those numbers of the 5,000. And there's a lot of Muslims that serve in the IDF.
Thank you, Chris. Right.
Ryan Johnson, 154 Milton Ave. Also lived on 134 Malta Ave for most of my life.
Nice t-shirt, by the way.
Thank you. Just came from the freshman volleyball game. My girlfriend's niece played. They beat Shen. Two straight
Nice.
sets. So, there's two things from tonight's meeting that I wanted to talk about. And the first thing was the sidewalks. Some of you may know me. I run a small little page with a small little following about Ballston Spa. And the reason I started that page stems from our sidewalks. And the mayor before you was the reason why I started that. Twice I had talked about the corner of Chapman and Malta Ave. And I was told to email, like nothing, no call to DPW to say, hey, throw some salt down. The third time I watched a mother and her daughter slip and fall. And we all know the reaction of somebody who's got a concussion. Hands went up like that. I ran across the street, made sure she was okay. She then thanked me later on, a couple days later. Carm Isabella, great crossing guard, called DPW. Tommy Thompson came down and threw some sand down. My point in telling that story is we have laws on the book about our sidewalks. The people are supposed to be responsible for their sidewalks. As a kid, I mixed the mortar in front of 134 Malta Ave, and it's still the same sidewalk that my dad put down. It was always their responsibility. It's funny that I've heard 3 people talk about living on Chapman Street, and the lady who was sitting right here lives on the corner I want to talk about. Corner of Chapman and Heritage, that is on the north side of Chapman Street. It has bushes that totally block the sidewalk, and not one of them that lives on Chapman Street has a problem with that. It's been there for years, and kids have to walk out in the road to get to school.
Thanks to Jen,
fixed.
it's been fixed.
Oh, okay.
It has been pared back greatly for walkability.
Hey, there you go.
There you go.
Perfect. But I think you have a ton of residents that live in Colonial Hills that don't have sidewalks, and to make those people pay for sidewalks, I think is not a right thing to do. Liz brought up a comment about, people drive on the roads. Well, that's different. People drive on the roads. They're not walking. Nobody can walk on their sidewalks because they don't have sidewalks and they wouldn't be getting sidewalks. So you're asking somebody to pay for something in roads that they do utilize. But you can't ask somebody to pay for something that they don't utilize. I just don't think that's right. And the second thing I wanted to talk about was the ethics board. One of the only committees in our national representatives, if you talk about the ethics board, it's made up of 10 people. And it's one of the only committees that is completely bipartisan, 5 Democrats and 5 Republicans. I think what people are making their concerns about is the fact that there's not a balance. So that means the 10 people literally have to work together to create their own ethics. It's not one side creating rules for the other side. 3-2 is not a balance. So I think if you had 6 people making it, 3 and 3 or whatever, then I would agree, you guys make your own. But the problem is it's one group making rules for ethics for everybody. And I think that's where we have a problem. And that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. Now we have a hand up on Zoom.
Kristen?
Hello, Kristen Icalucci, 24 Chapman Street. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Great. I would just like to add my voice of support tonight on moving forward on an updated ethics law. All of the surrounding towns and communities around us have updated their codes, and the village is way overdue to update ours. I think that, maybe there's some fundamental misunderstanding of how civics works. That's what you do as elected leaders. You're lawmakers, you make up laws, you update codes. So I think it's important that elected leaders and our village officials should prove that they are making laws that are fair and equal to all of the people that work in our village. That includes financial disclosures, that we can make sure that we're ensuring the priorities of everyone who works in village business is village business and not their own personal and family business priorities. So looking forward to that moving forward. Also wanted to just note my support for this new sidewalk law. I think it sounds like a great plan to fix our sidewalks together as a community. I think everyone uses the sidewalks, including folks in Colonial Hills. If you're coming down to the village and going out to any of our businesses, going shopping at any of our great shops, you're using our sidewalks. Sidewalks are something that I think our village should invest in as a walkable community. We should improve our sidewalks. I think it's great hearing that this new sidewalk law also allows the freedom of homeowners to continue to be reimbursed if they are able to make that, on average $7,000 investment themselves. I also think the plan to do the sidewalks by street, to connect the sidewalks for all to use and walk into our village street by street, is also just what we need. I know a lot of young families like myself, we use sidewalks to get around. It's impossible to push strollers on some streets, and that is dangerous as you're walking with your young kids in the road. We should have sidewalks, safe sidewalks for not only young families, but also our aging population here. There's a lot of seniors in our community that are aging in place. They're going to need more mobility needs, and having safe ADA compliant sidewalks to connect them to our village, connect them to transportation options that do not require a car, I think is really essential. We need a plan to fix our sidewalks. I just, as an aside, I meet young families at daycare and events around town, or even around like in Malta, outside of our village. And I say, yeah, I live in Ballston Spa. I love the village. And they're like, oh yeah, it's such a great village, but you have terrible sidewalks. Like, our sidewalk reputation precedes our reputation as being like a great, charming village. So I just think that we need to have a plan to fix our sidewalks. They're only going to get worse. We need to have a plan in place. I find it really odd or interesting that the mayor mentioned we're a model code for sidewalks in New York. Well, makes zero sense to me. I guess on paper we're model, but if anyone walks around the village, you can see the current code is broken. It doesn't work. It might sound great on paper, but it's clearly broken, and we need to have a plan to fix our sidewalks. So I really hope that we move forward with this new plan. As you can tell, I'm very passionate about it, and hoping that the village board will consider moving forward to fix our sidewalk codes. Thank you.
Thank you. Quick question, Ben. Yeah, actually, she raised something I meant to ask you because I couldn't find it. The notion of doing the 50% reimbursement on your provisions, was there any holiday on the benefit assessment if somebody chose to do that or not in the current version, at least?
We certainly could do that. We were worried about the record keeping of it, but I think we'd be open to that.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone else has any opinions.
Yes.
I'd be open to it.
Yeah, Scanning Atlas gives people that have, can prove they've done a new sidewalk, 3-year period where they don't pay the $75.
3 years.
3 years, that's all they give. We can look at that, for people that already replaced their sidewalk, like Trustee Baskin just replaced his last year. If he would get a period without paying, or, if somebody does elect to, have it done now, although they do get 3,500, so you're already giving them.
Well, not currently, but if you revise it.
If we,
Yeah.
allow that, I think the fact that it offers both choices is good.
Yeah, well, you got to sweeten the pot somehow I can't see anybody doing it under a 3-year holiday. It's got to be something along than that, under those numbers.
Well, it depends. Somebody might be planning on selling their home and their sidewalk needs, is in,
We just gave them $3,500 to pay the fee for the next 15 years.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but the sidewalk would get done for no additional fee besides benefit assessment if you let the village do it in that situation. So that's why I'm going with it. Anyway, I was just curious because I meant to ask you that earlier, and Kristen didn't remind me that thought. Keith.
Keith Lewis, 38 East High Street, Ballston Spa. I'm hoping that the town of Ballston will keep us abreast as those plans move forward on design and signage. I was at one of the Ballston town meetings where this sign proposal for Hannaford, which is a very different sign than any of the other Hannafords, and also very different from the code, was proposed and passed. I didn't realize at the time that it would sit so close to the woman's property. I think she's a lifelong resident. I know she's in her 90s. And I think there was some concessions made on the lighting time and so forth. But I would think that it would be nice for the village to have an understanding as those plans move forward. And I would think that the plans are not solidified in stone. That's number one. Number two, we haven't talked about Woods Hollow. And I want to bring something up. When the purchase price was being proposed, I had noticed in the contract that the contract date that the board voted on was changed by 18 months. And the contract that you signed, Mayor Rossi, was different than the one that was voted on by the board. It was attached, it's online. And I've read the contract and I can't find any automatic payoff for negating the price. Now, I had approached Trustee Cormos at the time and said, make sure the purchase price is inclusive of any kind of fee, because the village should be negotiating a fee. The mayor should not, Milton should not, certainly, as Milton's the buyer, and you never turn over your power. I did contracts for a living. I mean, that's how I earned my money. So I'm really familiar with what a material change is. And a great example of a material change is when someone uses it to argue for the sale of the property, which I can pull the, I watched all the village meetings over the last few weeks, again, to copy things down. I can pull the specifics of where you use that, Mayor Rossi, to argue for the sale of the property. You argued that the village would be responsible for the $75,000 fee. Now, I can't find that in the contract, so that's an arbitrary number. The way that I've heard it in the tapes sounds to me like Milton negotiated that fee, and I'm not sure why the village would turn it over. But I want to be sure, as we're moving forward, that the price is inclusive of, because Milton agreed to a price, a gross price, the total price. That's what the board voted on. That's what the village should receive. And once that is received, the village at that point should be negotiating with the firm that was contracted. God, what's their name? The firm that was contracted for the lumber.
Lumac, Keith, Lumac.
Lumac, yeah. Do you want to answer that?
Unfortunately, due to executive session material, we are not allowed to. It has been discussed in some way, shape, or form related to the contract for a piece of land, which is executive session material. And by law, it is confidential at this point in time, that discussion. Thank you.
Amazing.
So, yeah, thank you. I'll make sure I did not say something I was unsure.
Is the contract with Lumac confidential?
Yeah, because that's the contract between them and us.
Well, it's not about the land.
No, it's not about the.
Well, that unfortunately would be, I think, bring up potential for litigation as well. So you're kind of going into all different ends of executive session scenarios here. So I would caution the board, be careful on this one for the village's sake. Okay, anybody else in the house? Joe, she hurts. Yeah. Ron, go ahead. I've never seen the crowd actually almost do a wave.
Hello, Kamran Parwana, 86 South Street. Two quick things. First, on going back to the discussion on ethics, I just wanted to ask, it seems like a lot of the comments that have been against the ethics law or the current version of the ethics law have focused on just the fact that trustees made changes to it. But I'd really like to hear more about what those changes people object to. I know that there was one comment about the fact that the financial disclosure form wasn't included in it, although I believe that the text does include what would be included in the financial disclosure form. But other than that, I'd really like to hear more about what's actually wrong with the proposal rather than who made the proposal. Going back to sidewalks, just generally, I hope we can support the idea that mobility and walkability is a positive thing for the village. And I personally think the new proposal that involves everyone contributing to sidewalks is a positive thing. I think the loan proposal, Mayor Rossi, is interesting as well, although I would like to hear ideas about why that would better incentivize people to repair their sidewalks as opposed to what we currently have. Personally, I'm not sure I see that it's really that much more of an incentive than what we have now. But generally, I hope that as we're making discussions, we can, as we're having discussions and making decisions, we can make them based on real numbers rather than people just saying this is what I think versus this is what I think back and forth, and come up with real numbers we can agree on before we have a real discussion about it. Thanks.
Thank you. So Peter, go ahead.
Pete Martin, 20 Chesterwood Court. So the sidewalks. I seen something, I think it's a $50 fee for every house and then linear footage. Is that what you're proposing? I see you're making schools exempt and the county exempt. Is there any chance non-for-profits can be exempt also? Have you guys talked about that at all? That, yes. Yeah.
Your choice. Although I will say I've seen it in, out, in basically type scenario. I don't know if you.
I mean, at this point, everything is under discussion. And
Okay, that's great. That's good. Okay, that's all. I just hope that we can figure this out without like one day we sit here and say, okay, we're gonna vote next week and that's what's gonna be. Like the ethics thing, everybody's really screwing that up. Our board just wanted, again, 3 Democrats, 2 Republicans. We worked phenomenally together. We took from all over the area. We just wanted Carla to make the changes. That's all we asked. And we didn't really agree with the changes you guys made. And you have the final say, you have all the power, so you're gonna do what you're gonna do. But that's all our board was asking. We want better ethics, we really do. But I think everybody misunderstood. Our board just wanted Carla to make the changes, nobody else on this board. And you guys, like I said, can do whatever you're gonna do. Back to the sidewalks. So my point is, Ben, I think you made a very good point. You want some communication. Maybe the Revenue Advisory Committee, as soon as we're done with the water, why don't we give you some ideas of how we can maybe make this work? I mean, it's not gonna affect me. I don't have a sidewalk. It's $50. It's not a big deal. But, you know, you walk around the village, these corner lots, just look at here at Lower and 67. That person will get charged about $500 a year for all the linear footage she has. We walk down on Eastern Ave, all those corner lots is 200 to 300 linear footage. You're looking at people that are getting whacked like $300, $400. That's like almost a 40% tax increase. So you might have to put a limit on that. Someone's got to really look at that, and I think maybe let our committee look at it for a little bit and then come back to you guys. But if you can be open to not charging or not for profits, that would mean a lot. Most of our churches really struggle right now.
Yeah, if I could just respond really quickly. I mean, that's something that could be on the table. Do understand that the sidewalk assessment fee is a phenomenal deal for you because considering the location where a lot of the non-for-profits are, they have extensively long sidewalks and also deep sidewalks. So if you actually look at your investment versus what it would actually cost you to put that in, because if you were eliminated, that means you're solely responsible with no reimbursement. So.
Yeah, I guess, but most of the sidewalks, like the Catholic Church, they did most of theirs. Ours on the Presbyterian churches are pretty good. Baptists, the Episcopal is pretty good. So most of them are really good. And we would get hit with big fees, like $1,000, I think, something like that. We have a lot of linear footage and you're saying $2. So again, if you could be open.
If I may, for a second, I'm confused because I thought one of the iterations, maybe this changed, so correct me if I'm wrong, had no benefit assessment, but it still put the onus on the church to do its own sidewalk still for 50% reimbursement. Did that get removed in the latest one, or am I?
I'm just going on because you would basically fall in the same category as public buildings, which there would be no reimbursement for public buildings.
No, that's not true currently. That, or at least the way the code was written, I thought, Ben, correct me if I'm wrong.
Again, these are things for us to think about.
Okay, that's all I'm asking. I don't want to, we've been here long enough. I just want you to keep in mind, not-for-profits, we do so much for this village. Look at what LifeWorks does. Unbelievable. It helps all of Saratoga County. I mean, just what our church does, all the churches in this area. So, and again, the ethics, I think we got messed up. All we were asking is just for Carla to change it. We're happy with having tougher ethic laws, and we made a tough one, but then some things got changed. And that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. Anybody else in the house? Ray.
You didn't even take that right off of there. Okay.
You're like leaning into the microphone.
Ray on 16 Middlebrook Avenue. First thing is a question for Bernadette. Did the fire department give you a total of the volunteer hours, man hours? I didn't hear it in the report.
No, not for all encompassing efforts, but no, I can maybe find out.
I think somehow Mike could pull that out, because living across from the firehouse, there's a lot of man hours that go into that place. And during and I'll toot my kid's horn, during EMS, or not EMS, during fire prevention week, my son took a week's vacation from his job to be at every school in this area to teach those kids, including like Church Mouse and St. Mary's, all of them. And he wasn't the only one. There were other guys that did that. And the number of man hours that they put in when they get 6 calls a day, which they do. I hear every damn one of them. And we got to look at that. We should get that number, because I think people are going to be amazed. One of the things I have down in here is I'm not the smartest guy in the village or in this room. I thought for a while it was Carla, because she's really smart. And I thought it might have been when you guys, because you are smarter than her most of the time. Then I heard him speak, and I said, nah, I think the title goes to Mr. Lewis, but I'll digress. Though throughout my career, I ran successful multi-million-dollar businesses. I heard somebody say, well, this is a $4 million business. I would have been fired if my businesses only did $4 million.
6, we do 6 here.
So I know how to manage money, believe me, I do. And received many awards for business and volunteer work. Sidewalks, okay? If no sidewalks are near a property, say in Colonial Hills, and somebody puts in the sidewalk, are they going to get reimbursement? It's just something that occurred to me.
No, currently Colonial Hills is not slated to get sidewalks.
All right, another place then that where there's maybe some sidewalks and then there isn't.
If it's in a neighborhood with sidewalks.
Pine Boulevard near the rec field.
Yeah, if it's in a neighborhood that's slated to get sidewalks, they would be involved.
They would, even though the other ones aren't going to get it for 20 years or 15. What did you say that?
Yeah, if they want to voluntarily fix their sidewalks on their own time schedule, they can do that. We'd reimburse them 50%.
Yeah, or put them in. What we did is we classified streets that had sidewalks on them. Those are the ones that would get charged linear footage frontage. Streets that had no sidewalks, and there's more than Colonial Hills, is actually quite a long list of, Chesterwood, Chester, other small developments, et cetera, that have no sidewalks. They just pay $50 a year. So that's how, at least for first cut, we classified street has a sidewalk, they should have a complete sidewalk. No sidewalks, I mean, it would be wonderful someday if we could add sidewalks to those streets, but the dollar amount is too high for us to be able to take that on unless we get lots and lots and lots of grants.
Okay. I think the general consensus with everybody that's spoken was update the code for ethics. Update it. That's what we want. Just we don't understand the law portion of it. Why we're turning it into a law?
It's a law currently.
And it's required, you're required to have.
It is a law. It's
Yes.
not just a code.
No, well, the
Code is
code is a
law.
law.
Okay, but there's a difference between that and what we're doing, correct?
So
Oh, it's the same
I
thing.
think I know what's going on. You're thinking of the committee policy that's being converted into a code, ultimately. It's currently a policy. Liz is trying to move it later in the meeting for it to become a code or a public hearing for that to
Right.
happen. That was, I think, what she was talking about last meeting with respect to, she didn't want to make it easy for it to get changed or whatever her quote was earlier on. So I think your public comment earlier was misplaced. I didn't really catch on to it until now, basically what was going on.
Okay, so maybe it was my misunderstanding of that, but I was going by, Carla said if we do this, it's gonna be easier, otherwise we gotta do,
That's the committee policy.
okay,
There is an ethics code, it's being amended.
all right, so it's something different. Okay. Like I said, not the smartest guy.
Repealed and replaced.
I've never assigned myself to a political party, and I like that you say, we're not gonna discuss politics here, vote for somebody. But I was rather disappointed in voting advice that was posted recently and how these meetings devolve along political lines. That really is, to me, disappointing. David Beals, as being a token, came back up to me. And knowing David as I did, and working with him on a lot of committees, even to, if it was somebody that was of a different race or somebody of a different ethnicity, would you say, oh, they were just a token? I don't think that was right. And the comment that Bernadette made was fully correct. That it was just so disrespectful. And it just sticks with me because I knew him and I worked with him.
20 seconds, sure.
Okay, parking fines. How much are parking fines if you get a ticket for parking on a sidewalk? How much is any idea?
Currently, we can't.
Right,
We can't ticket them, we can't make them move off the sidewalk?
We're trying to work on that. Oh, you're talking about the sidewalk situation. If it's under state vehicle and traffic code, we can ticket them only if they're present for the ticket to be handed to them currently. We're trying to work on this. Seriously, because we have, you look in our, this is the well-known secret at this point, you look in our code book, in the parking code where it's supposed to be, basically says to be added.
Yep.
And we're trying to add it, but our focus unfortunately has been every place but getting that done and some other things right now. So we've gotten a mapping from Chief Bush over to Carla. She's trying to work on getting this done because obviously we need a parking code. We are going to be sending some notice out to Ralph and Malta Ave. That's the one you're going to be focusing on here to give them
That's one
the
of
notice.
several.
Yeah, but we got a note from somebody earlier last week, but we went by and there was no car on the sidewalk at that point in time. Doesn't mean they weren't right, but it's just not then. So we do follow up on it. And so at the very least, we try to get them off of there. But in terms of ticketing and vehicle and traffic code, that's not an option. There are other things we have to do here.
I figured it would be. Okay, well, I appreciate that, and I won't bug you.
No, but tell me more, if you find more addresses, let me know,
Oh, yeah.
because I'm not out there.
Because
So
the
I-
guy riding this scooter will verify
Okay.
our sidewalks suck.
Cool.
I get my teeth just about rattle out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gina.
Gina Morosi, 10 Old Glory Lane, Ballston Spa. Just spent $12,000 on repairing sidewalks on Fairgrounds Hill in front of Mohican Hill Apartments. Now what? Anybody? So you can engage with everybody else but me. Is that the way it works? $12,000. Do I get my 3,500 back? Also, we put in the sidewalk for the museum. Who's responsible for that now? Come on, Ben, you're the wizard of the sidewalk law. Who's gonna do
I
this?
understand why you're confused about what happens. There's a law now on the books, and that's what you would follow.
So I'll get my $3,500.
It's not
Which-
3,500, it's, what is it?
250.
250 a square foot. I don't think there's a max, though. Is there a max? I don't think there's a max, 250 per square foot.
It was 50%.
50%,
No.
yeah, it can't be more than.
Can't be, all right.
Yeah,
Say
that's
laws.
state law.
It can't be more than 50%?
Wait,
Yeah.
Correct.
So I can possibly get 6,000 back?
No,
250 a square foot.
$2.50 per square foot.
Up to 6,000.
Up to 6,000.
Okay, great.
If,
Good to know.
well, only if the math adds up.
So you would have to spend $5 a square foot for that to happen.
Right.
Mhm. Okay, good to know. We've never done this before, but I'm feeling like now is the time we have to. We've never charged the village for our sidewalks or for the sidewalks for the museum. And I know, Rick, you said it's because we're rich, so I get it. I'm gonna go back. It's documented, Christine, documented.
This way.
I'm gonna go back to the last meeting because for some reason it has been decided that you guys get the last word. And I think that sucks, so I'm gonna carry it on to this meeting. I brought up about the revenue committee. And I was told that even though this doesn't speak all the time at public comment, I had to shut her down several times. She's contacting the board members privately afterwards, that she's a citizen and she has every right to speak at these meetings and to contact whoever she wants. So can someone please explain to me why at the first meeting that I attended, both Ben and Liz introduced themselves as Trustee Baskin and Trustee Cormos, not Citizen Liz or Citizen Ben. I need that explained to me. Next thing I'd like explained to me is motion number J. Provide a report from the village's internal books and accounting system that lists and itemizes all sources of revenue and all expenses for Family Fun Day. This is a motion, number one. Number two, how many other organizations that you give money to have you demanded this audit from? I'd like to know that, seeing as how it's your motion, how many others have had to supply this audit to you?
I'll talk about that motion at the motion.
Because you want the last word and all of a sudden now you're gonna talk at the motion. Anybody else up here that spoke to you, you spoke to them directly at the time. You can't have the conversation, right, Ben? So let me answer it for you. None. None. You are laser focused, you are obsessed with Family Fun Day, obsessed. We gave you the figures last meeting, that wasn't good enough. Now you had to make it a motion. I don't get it. What have we done wrong to have you rain this harassment down upon us? When you do it to no other organization, and let me list a few for you. Bark, Back, Bottle Museum, Brookside Museum. You request this from them? Did you request this from the BSBPA? Do they have to file an audit with you? No. You're harassing, and this is why I asked in the ethics law to make sure that harassment, using your public office to harass people is in there. Because you are bordering on it right here, Ben. If you've got a problem with what we did, then come out and say it. Come out and say it. Tired of being harassed by you, tired of it. You had a board, a committee, a volunteer group that did great things for this village that would be a feather in your cap. And what do? Every turn, you turn around and harass us. Where's the figures? Where's the figures? We're under budget. We did great. We raised money. We did great. We raised money for the village. Again, we shouldn't have to raise money for the village. But enough is enough. Stop using your office to harass people. You're on notice.
Mike?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mike Iacolucci, 9 Russell Street. I have to say that I found the last speaker's remarks inappropriate in public comment. And I believe in the past, Mr. Mayor, you have said that you would shut down such inappropriate comments. So I was sorry to see that occur, attacking a trustee and demanding a response when you have described the policy to be after all public comment is completed, the trustees can then make responses.
Is that what happens? Is that what happened tonight?
Is she going to continue talking when she's used her public comment time?
Same rules for everybody here.
Okay, so please understand.
First off, did I not tell her to address the board? Did I not tell her 20 seconds were left? I've been applying it uniformly tonight because obviously we're in a situation with just a couple weeks away. People are gonna be a little fractured in their feelings and egos about everything going on. I think we've been doing well overall here. Let's keep it there.
But right now, she just heckled the speaker, and that needs to stop.
Okay, and she heckled you, and I think that's why you're acting that way. Let's
Heckling
continue.
is heckling, whoever.
She needs to stop that too.
Again, I thought a number of times over the past 2 years, you have explained that the policy is to engage with the board, and the board, upon completion of public comment.
No, actually, it's not my policy. That's policy that was passed, and that is voluntary by whoever wants to jump in at a time. That is a voluntary thing. I address people's questions in real time all the time, Mike, because I think it's fair to have that.
That is the rules of procedure is to wait.
Mr. Mayor, again, the key point to me here is, I believe trustees have felt it's an either or. They could engage with a person making public comment at the time, not taking away that person's time, or wait until the end of all public comment and then respond. And tonight, that's not what happened, clearly, and I think it was inappropriate. The second point I just want to make quickly.
Ben, please don't address people any more than when you're talking about sidewalk code, I guess, because that was where it started tonight. Go ahead.
Who governs meetings?
Hi, presiding officer, and I'm just calling out the fact that that's where it did start tonight. He asked if you could answer then, you jumped in. So I don't know where we're going with this. Go ahead, Mike.
The second point that I just want to raise is in terms of public scrutiny of organizations that the village supports. I believe BACC, BARC, the museum, all publicly release information about their financials. As far as I'm aware, Ask, which I don't believe is any longer involved in the village issues, but Ask has been, and Ask does not divulge any information about its activities to the public. So there's a big difference between BARC and BACC and Ask. And
they're not Ask, actually. I would have said it myself. Be honest with you, they're not Ask.
And the point I'm making, Mr. Mayor, is in the past, over the past 2 years, the village has made payments to Ask. And I don't know if the trustees have received detailed information about all the expenditures that Ask has made or not. With Family Fun Day, again, I applaud all the people who worked hard to make it happen. And the issue to me is simply, there's no way for the public to see exactly who received what and for what purpose, who received how much and for what purpose. And you provided a statement tonight, and I will try to look at it more carefully. But even with this, there are questions that I think legitimately can be raised.
I offered it to you this afternoon. You didn't want to take it. I mean, you could have had a little bit
Because
of
you
time.
told me it was going to be discussed this evening.
Right, yeah, I gave you a preview of it, out of, kindness here, and you didn't want it.
I tried to. The point is not whether I looked at it before coming here tonight or looked at it tonight. I would want all of us to understand how different numbers were arrived at here. So, Mr. Mayor, donations in kind ranging in very large number amounts, a big number range. Who determined what the value of the in-kind donations was and how? I think, again, the trustees should know that. I think the public deserves to know how that was done. And this does not address that.
So you're really questioning right now what people's donations to this village were?
That's just all.
Yeah, that's, okay.
Again, just to be clear, and
words in people's mouths.
No, that's actually what he's questioning.
no, what I'm questioning is simply how was the amount determined? I'm not even saying
It's called the honor system, but if you notice, the plus and the minus equal, Mike, so it could have been $90 million at the end of the day. They wiped on either side of that board. So then it didn't affect the total number of $10,960 the cost of the village, did it?
Again, there's no way I can answer that, Mr. Mayor.
There is, if you look at it, Mike.
No.
Also, the difference is Family Fun Day was a village event, correct?
Yeah.
So full disclosure should be made of anything the village does.
And your treasurer did that.
Okay, so again, board members, other members of the public, I could be completely off base. And if I am, you can tell me that. But to me, the numbers here are not clearly explained. And the bottom line is, but I don't know how that bottom line truly was right. Okay.
Exactly.
That's really where we're at right now. You can go, everybody else is gone.
Okay, well, I mean, you're making motions, but I guess.
No, because we have board response first.
Huh?
We have board response
We're
first.
still on page one.
You can go, and I'll still give you board response to
Oh,
this.
no, I want
Okay.
Okay.
First off, anybody else in the crowd?
I just want.
You can't.
Yeah.
Anybody else who hasn't spoken yet is the question. Okay.
Brent, Mary.
Oh, Mary, sorry.
Mary Price Bush, 105 McLean Street. I want to say, for the most in-kind donations, they were based on our time, money we spent for supplies to make whatever we were making, reimbursements for buying prizes for the kids for Family Fun Day. If you want to ask how much are we saying that we felt our time was worth, I basically put myself at $10 an hour for all of the signage that I had painted, designed, and I feel that whoever else made something probably used the same equation. Bernadette spent many, many hours designing logos and advertisements, all of the verbiage that she put together, getting it out there. None of us accepted anything in return. This was all a village event. We did it from the bottom of our hearts for the village, for community spirit, to get people involved. And I wish that you didn't think that it was something nefarious that we were up to, because it was not that at all. And we will do it again next year.
You can't talk.
I never said
We will do it
nefarious.
again. That it was nothing dishonest.
Okay, in the crowd.
We did not receive anything in return. I would like to make that clear.
Okay, both of you are gonna be asked to leave if it doesn't stop now. Mike, it's not funny at this point.
Oh, excuse me.
Mary, thank you. Anybody else? Okay. Board response, Liz, out of respect for.
No, I was just a little bit confused, and I didn't really look at that, what she handed out, but they counted the value of their hours. I don't think any other volunteer group does that. I mean, I volunteer, with the garden club, et cetera. We don't add up.
Do you
how much-
price events?
Yes, but I mean, BSPPA, I spent the whole day at the car show. I didn't account for what that's worth. It's about this being a volunteer. I mean, I'm a little confused that you would add up, I think people volunteer not to say, oh, I did so many hours and they're worth so much. I'm just a little confused.
It was a donation.
People give their time without putting a value on them, don't they, when they volunteer?
Liz, the question ultimately is how much does it take to put on Family Fun Day? That was the task at hand on this whole thing. And so if people didn't donate their time for, let's say, logo creation, design, et cetera, which Bernadette's down there for, then you would have had to gone out and pay market price for that, correct? And so we are attempting to tell you, because you, for some reason, didn't want to believe the cost of Family Fun Day, what the cost of Family Fun Day is if people didn't donate a dime.
I still don't get it. When I volunteer with the garden club and spend hours in the garden.
But are you pricing an event is my question.
No, it doesn't matter if it's an event or
It
anything
does
else.
when you're pricing an event. It does. Because again, the whole idea here is what does it cost to put on Family Fun Day? It is volunteers, Ellie, right now, but someday there may not be volunteers. And so to replicate Family Fun Day, it would be $23,000, I think it is, give or take.
Yeah, but
Roughly that,
then
but-
basically you wouldn't hold it if it's gonna cost you that. Or you reduce the scope of it. I mean, this is a very strange thing to me for volunteers to be quantifying that they donated their time. Every volunteer donates their time. When I help with
Yeah,
Thanksgiving,
if I could just interject, I think in the confusion like Mike might have had is perhaps if we had just, instead of assigning a dollar amount, it's just used person hours so that you knew that the volunteers devoted this many person hours to this event. And then, because in reality, if we put a number on it, that's subject to change anyways, even if we're going to future planning. But if we just use person hours, depending on what the, market rate for that type of labor goes at the time where maybe we don't have volunteers anymore, that would have been more precise.
Just to give a complete look here, school supplies, school supplies, school supplies, school supplies, ice donation, bottled water donation. So these are all hard in kinds. Games donation may have had some labor involved, but the total was $300. So obviously there's materials that probably dominated that. Games donation, prizes donation, $300. Sounds more like, $235 is the previous one, $300 is that one. Graphics, Facebook ads, school supply donation, total $16.15 for Bernadette. Pizza, that's a hard number. Mac and cheese donation, mac and cheese donation, mac and cheese donation. Ice cream sandwiches donation. Signage donation, Mary just explained hers. DJ donation, that's an actual value. And craft supplies donation is $33. Sounds like an actual dollar value. So I guess at the end of the day, if you want to really, mince words on this whole thing, a maximum of about $500 is what the in-kind labor is probably, if I had to guess, unless yours is super higher than I thought it was.
No, honestly, guys, I was really happy to volunteer and donate my time. I think what everybody's goal was to provide some understanding of the cost, maybe. I donated, composition books and the actual advertising money for Facebook. That was actual hard dollars that I donated. But my time, whatever, at the end of the day, there was a lot of hours put in by people. I don't know why we're mincing words over this and getting upset. If anybody looked up the events committee Facebook. I put a lot of time and effort into it. So I'm sorry if that figure doesn't seem like it makes sense. Put your hours on it, but I put a lot of time in it. It seems like that's the contentious one for some reason.
I think it's fine to show as a point of information, what resources went in the event. I might as well talk about the motion now since we're talking about this now. But what I'm interested in is a readout from our internal account.
We don't have a single line for this spend.
There should be some way.
It's celebrations, it's all celebrations.
So there are, all right, so what I do have is the profit and loss from September 30th. And there's 3 donation lines under revenue, one for pool fees. And I guess that's donations, but anyway, that's another question. There's falling leaves and there's Winterfest. So there's no line for Family Fun Day. There's no indication, and none of those equal anything. There's like 0, 0. So where are these checks? I'd like to see in our internal records, if these checks went to the village, shouldn't they be in? So this is 9/30. The Family Fun Day is August 20th.
Checks or revenue.
So they're listed as donation. So I don't know what's listed as donation here, but it seems like
it's other revenue.
It seems like there should be a line for that. So that's the kind of thing I'd like to see from our internal records is what went into the revenue for Family Fun Day. And this should be possible. There should be an internal auditing
everything you're looking
program.
at came directly from Melissa pulling it and then hand curating it because Swimming Under the Stars had things that were mixed in with it. So literally, we went through line by line to make sure that everything that came out
So
was
this
correct.
came from the internal records.
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
So I asked.
Except for the in-kinds, which were provided by the committee because
All right.
they tracked those.
So when it comes to expenses, and we'll look at expenses at the profit and loss for all celebrations, it's listed as $14,000. So again, there's some difference. It's not clear from the internal records.
That's right. That's exactly.
I would like this. No, but the internal record should be separate. This is not what it actually costs the village because it includes things like Bernadette's time.
No, it does not. It wipes on both sides.
But you're adding this all up.
Correct, and then I'm adding against it and then subtracting. So a plus of some number and a minus of some number washes.
I'd like to know what expenses came through the village books.
Look.
What expenses
Look on the
came
left-hand
through the
side with
village
dates.
books?
Everything with a date on it is from the books.
Okay, so good. So that's good explanation. That should be clear on this piece of paper.
It is, because
No, it
everything
isn't.
to the right says in kind for a reason. There's an expense, school supplies, but we didn't pay for it because it was an in-kind donation on the right side. It happens 4 times in the same order with the same exact amount. Ice,
Right.
$100, in kind,
So this-
$100 ice.
This is actually more complicated than what I was asking
Oh,
for.
sorry.
No. What it means is it's not clear. Now, I've been asking for 2 months for just a simple record. I noticed at the revenue committee when they were wondering how much DPW's expenses were, in real time, you just printed something out on what the expenses were for DPW. And it shouldn't be that hard to know, what are we paying? Dollars. What dollars are we
What are you
paying?
talking about? That was the breakdown from the budget
Right.
of how we apportion
What I'm saying
DPW
is,
salaries.
our
between
accounting
water, et cetera.
system isn't worth much if it can't track an event. It has to be able to track
You
how
have
many
to create a
expenses.
separate budget line. You didn't do that in the budget.
You should.
Can be done in the
It can be
description.
done. It
At
should
the,
be
at the
done.
budget time, it's not advised to do it mid-year.
No, when we record, say celebrations dash swimming under the stars, there are entries under the abstract that
They're all
have.
under the same account number.
I know
Correct me
they're
if I'm
all
wrong,
under the
Christine,
same
because you've
count
seen this.
number, but you can see which event they're for and extract what that event spent. So
Liz, when I did the budget, I keep looking back to this email because I had to literally go to this email to see what our final apportionment for celebrations was, because it is a single line under a single number. And then I dropped a double asterisk on this one, like I did with arts as single asterisk. to show you what the breakdown was between the Memorial Day speaker system, where we ended up doing with it. The donation, any donations we do for Christmas parade, all the different things, Easter egg hunt, the family fun day, all those things. They all had to be broken down below because there is a single line called celebrations that's in our accounting system.
Well, maybe.
You are
maybe-
more, hold on, you are more than welcome to suggest not doing that any further, but that is something you have to consult with our accountant on to make sure that we're
Well-
doing it correctly and at the right time. That's the thing you've got to
Well,
understand.
This is a suggestion for the future.
Absolutely.
We should be able to distinguish one event from the other so we can see, what we're spending. That's what the
Right.
board does.
And-
We monitor the spending and we have questions.
That's right. And it's a reasonable request. It's not harassment of any sort. This is normal. We are responsible for the village's financial situation, and it's perfectly reasonable for us to know how much we're spending. Now, celebrations under profit and loss year to date says $14,000. So that includes all celebrations. So
Revenues don't get put into that line.
no, this is expenses. Sorry, this is
Right.
expenses.
And that-
$14,000 expenses.
That would make sense, although I think it's incomplete because Swing of the Stars should be under there too.
Right. So the last meeting, you were saying that the expenses were over 15,000. So all the reason I put a motion on is because it's not good enough to have a verbal report. It's not good enough to have a report from a community group, although it's appreciated. The treasurer should create a report for us.
She did. I basically went through with her and this is what got created and then we reviewed it together. This is how we
All right,
work.
so this is new information for us. So I've been asking for this for 2 months, and tonight at the meeting, we are handed this, where you could have sent this to us ahead of the meeting and told us what you were doing.
Finished today, Ben.
Well, you could have told us you were working on it. No information, no communication whatsoever about what's going on. I've had to ask about 5, 6, 7 times for this over 2 months, and it
And you
feels
still
like,
don't understand it.
well, you have to explain what you're doing for me to know what you're doing. It's not harassment for me to ask 7 times a very simple request. I should ask once, and it should be easy to get.
Do you not understand that the cost of the village is $10,967.97 out of $15,000?
I want to thank the treasurer for finally putting this together so that we can understand how much this actually cost the village. I want to also now point out that we were harassed and harangued and pressured to push money towards ASCC, your sister's organization, for the first year you were here, with the idea that this was going to cost $20,000, $30,000. And it is, it was, you created it, and you were director.
Work for it.
You were a director on there.
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
No, I wasn't a director.
According
You're
to
lying.
Mark, you were.
You're lying.
Mark said you were.
Mark was the director. That's how much you
You
know.
were both directors.
No, I wasn't.
Anyway, according to him, you were. And
I
then,
was the
and then,
treasurer.
and then at a budget workshop, when I pointed this out, you said, "Oh, I just resigned
I
yesterday.
did.
I resigned it." So there you go. You were a director, weren't you?
No, I was the treasurer.
She was a
Are you
treasurer, that's not
listening?
the director.
That's one of the directors of the board. You were one of the two. Anyway,
Officers.
officers.
That's
Yes.
a different word.
Carla has a great point, guys. It's getting real late.
But anyway,
Emotions.
the point is, it is not harassment to ask for something that we have been pressured to fund for years, to know exactly what the reality is behind what is needed for this day. So thank you for this information. And I'm not, I'm glad to get it. I'm sorry it took so long, but thank you very much.
I'm not sorry it took so long because as Mike and I talked today, and I said this to you, Mike, and you can confirm, I think you're gonna be honest with me about this. The flat out thing I said was I missed my meeting because I wanted to make sure it was right. And you said to me, it was more important to be right than just to throw it out there. Is
It's
that
been
not
2
accurate?
months, 2 months.
I agree it's important for it to be right. I also would agree that it's important to keep the trustees advised.
And I did 2 meetings ago, did I not?
No.
Oh, I didn't?
No, not satisfactorily to what I was actually asking, no.
Okay, so we're at a standstill on this, and I think we really need
But-
to move forward. We have motions
like, there's still stuff to just do, and so.
So, yes.
Just one thing to let everyone know, I did finally get the raw data for the water. It's not in a great format. It's gonna take me a long time to make sense of it. But after waiting a year and a half, I finally received it. So just to let you know, and I, will hopefully be able to spend some time analyzing it and share that analysis with the revenue.
If you'd like to leave and go work on that data, let us know.
No, I just wanted people to know that it finally was delivered, although sort of on the same.
Motions, please, motions.
Right.
Well,
And I-
first things first, Sean has a right to word response, which he has not gotten out of respect. Yeah, he was, but.
How's everybody doing?
Not good.
Everybody's real bad right now.
It'll be over soon.
Will it? And I just want to emphasize, I'm very happy and I thank the committee for being able to do family fun day for under $11,000 cash, which definitely included a lot of volunteer time. So that is definitely recognized, but $11,000 cash. Thank you for doing that.
Could you maybe lead off with that next time, please?
I didn't know till I got this piece of paper.
Motions, friends, let's do motions.
Well, we can cross the last motion off, so that's progress.
Oh, no, there's two others that replaced it too. Yep. Okay. Can I get a motion that the library be authorized to expend the amount of $13.79 for an AED unit? Trustee Pendenza.
Second.
Trustee Raymond, discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Can I get a motion that the VSBPA be authorized to conduct the annual holiday parade on Friday, December 1st, 2023 from
6:30.
PM to 8:30 PM with step off beginning at
6:30.
PM and the requested road closures detailed in attachments.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Trustee Raymond, trustee Baskin, discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Can I get a motion authorizing the mayor to enter into the attached 5-year lease financing agreement related to the 1-ton dump truck purchase / lease to own motion approved during the 10/10/2023 Village Board of Trustees meeting and to execute any documents in furtherance of such transaction consistent with this motion.
I'll make the motion.
Trustee Pendenza.
Second.
Trustee Cormos, discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks to Nathan Ward for his guidance on that, by the way. Can I get a motion authorizing the mayor to execute the attached contract for the purchase of property located at 78 Thompson Street, permitting the mayor to execute any documents in furtherance of such transaction consistent with this motion? But hold on. Go.
I'll make the motion.
No.
I just want to make sure that everybody got the part 1 of the EAF and you have no issues with it. Okay, that has to be done first. So, okay, that's all. Now, please do my motion.
That motion is okay or no?
You have a copy of the resolution. You don't need to read it, but you all have a copy of it. Actually, I don't have a copy of it.
Right, but the resolution is the one thing that gets the vote
Correct.
placed on it, so, okay, let's do it.
The whole-
That's because no, it's in the resolution that I sent you.
Okay,
Okay.
so cancel the motion I just asked for, and here's the resolution that I need a first and a second to proceed with. Yeah, motion to approve the resolution as follows. Resolution to purchase real property located at 78 Thompson Street, Village of Milton. No.
No, town of Milton.
Yeah, Town of Milton, Village of Ballston spot. Whereas by motion dated August 28th, 2023, the Village of Ballston Spa Village authorized the mayor to enter into a letter of intent to purchase land and improvements located at 78 Thompson Street, Town of Milton, New York. Tax map parcel number 203.80-1-46, comprised of approximately plus or minus 0.32 acres of land. The property for the municipal purposes of housing the Village of Ballston Spa Police Department and other village departments. And whereas the village has negotiated a purchase price of 400.
Yeah.
Something's not right there. Yeah. $450,000 for the property. And whereas the Board of Trustees has reviewed the secret documents relative to this matter, finding that this is an unlisted action, and whereas it is in the best interest of the village to purchase the property for the use of municipal housing of village departments, now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Trustees approves the purchase price of $450,000, and it be it further resolved that the Board of Trustees authorizes the mayor to execute and deliver to the seller the copies of the contract for sale and purchase to transfer the property at 78 Thompson Street in the town of Milton, and be it further resolved that the Board of Trustees further authorizes the mayor to execute any and all other documents necessary to effectuate this purchase. Motion for that resolution is trustee Fandesa.
Second.
Trustee Raymond, discussion. We need, oh, go ahead.
About financing?
That has nothing to do with this and is not contingent on financing. We will do that though in the meantime. We will be working on that.
I'm glad we were able to get this building. We almost lost it because of our response. And so this is a great purchase for the village.
When I picked up the police reports from Chief Bush, he is delighted to be able to have this new accommodation. I think it's going to really, really help their operations.
Roll call vote. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want to?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Trustee Baskin?
Yes.
Trustee Raymond?
Yes.
Trustee Van Denza?
Yes.
Trustee Cormos?
Yes.
Mayor Rossi?
Yes. Is there anything else we need to do with this?
No.
Okay, one thing I want to do while I think of it, and this will allow for public comment, I should have done it earlier, but can I get a motion authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement for an inspection for this property that is allowed under this contract for a limited period of time, this 70 Thompson Street contract, not to exceed $2,000.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. I should have had public comment there. Did anybody want to give comment on that? Christine, go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, I think this is really, the inspection's a great idea. I'm not really, I wanted to know, when I read this, I couldn't, the little house next to it.
No.
This is not, okay, thank you.
Just the parking lot, just the parking lot.
Thank you.
Yep. That was, I think, previously transacted, to be honest with you, the house.
Okay.
Yeah, it was.
thank you.
Frank,
Yes.
if you have any questions about the building, call me. I am intimately aware of anything in that building.
Not-
We should
not
know
much now.
I'll do the inspection.
Anything we should know.
Not sure if the USDA would
Know
approve.
about now that we read about it.
Okay, here we go. Next up, we need to do John Street Water Tower bond resolution, related resolutions for seeker, et cetera. Hit it. Where am I hitting that?
No, I can do it.
Okay, your turn.
Thanks.
Time in.
Okay.
Do you want the motion for the resolution?
Well, yeah, all the board has in front of them, two motions, one declaring the bonding resolution authorizing the bonding to be a type 2 action under seeker, meaning you don't have to do it. And the second one is the authorization resolution. Both need roll call votes. But does everyone on the board have a copy of both resolutions?
Yeah.
They're in the attachment, right?
Not the seeker one. The seeker one I emailed to you this weekend. The reason I'm asking is I'm trying to make this quicker because if all the board has it, I don't have to read it. If the board is okay with that.
I don't have it on me.
I didn't see you send it this weekend.
I sent like 10 emails this weekend.
Well,
Guys aren't
I
paying
saw,
attention?
I saw most of those. I guess I didn't see the seeker one.
All right, I'll read it.
Sorry.
All right, whereas the Village of Ballston Spa Board of Trustees has had an opportunity to review the planning and design of the replacement, rehabilitation, or reconstruction of a structure or facility in kind on the same site, including upgrading buildings to meet building energy or fire codes. Specifically, the reconstruction of and additions to the village's water supply and distribution system, including the water tower project. This water tower project includes the reconstruction of and additions to the village's water supply and distribution system, including the John Street Water Tower. And whereas the Village of Ballston Spa Board of Trustees intends to finance a portion of the project and is proposing to spend no more than $1.7 million, which will be completed through the issuance of no more than $1.7 million of municipal financing. And whereas the Village of Ballston Spa Board of Trustees has had an opportunity to review the water tower project with regard to its classification under the State Environmental Quality Review Act and whether it will have any significant adverse environmental impact. Now therefore be it resolved that pursuant to 6 MYCRR Part 617.5 C2, the Village of Ballston Spa Board of Trustees hereby declares that this water tower project be classified as a type 2 action under SECRA because it is the replacement, rehabilitation, or reconstruction of a structure or facility in kind on the same site, including upgrading buildings to meet building energy or fire codes, specifically the reconstruction of and additions to the village's water supply and distribution system, including the water tower, and it is therefore exempt from secret.
And that's what she
That's
promised.
quick.
Yay.
Moving after my own heart.
Motion and second.
I'll make the motion for once, just because you read it.
Second.
Mayor Rossi and trustee Cormos on the second, discussion. Roll call.
Trustee Baskin?
Yes.
Trustee Raymond?
Yes.
Trustee Van Denza?
Yes.
Trustee Cormos?
Yes.
Mayor Rossi?
Yes. We have another resolution?
Yep, the other resolution is longer, and I'm hoping that you all have it because it was an attachment. So does the board have any questions about the resolution prepared by bond counsel? Does the board wish me to read the 3-page resolution, or is the board waive reading of the resolution?
Can we get a motion approving the resolution? Trustee Fandesa.
I'll second.
Trustee Baskin. Discussion? Roll call.
Trustee Baskin?
Yes.
Trustee Raymond?
Yes.
Trustee Van Denza?
Yes.
Trustee Cormos?
Yes.
Mayor Rossi?
Yes.
That's all I need for that.
Can I get a motion approving the John Street Water Tower bid documents submitted by LaBerge Engineering and authorizing the mayor to execute any documents in furtherance of the bid documents consistent with this motion?
I'll make that.
Trustee Raymond. Trustee Fandesa, discussion.
I'm sorry. Did Don require you guys to set a bid opening date, or are we waiting for that? No one ever got back to me on that.
He did not that I know of.
Okay, then.
Yeah, sounds good. Well, it's 3 weeks. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Can I get a motion approving the additional spending related to bid documentation and construction inspection related to the Union Fire Company number 2 sidewalk apron amounts based on the original Labella engineering proposal.
I'll make that motion.
Trustee Raymond. Trustee Fandesa, discussion.
Can we put the amount in the motion?
Yeah, how much?
It's yeah, referring back.
So many emails, but I do miss some.
I don't.
I think it was 38 or 3,500. I think it was 3,500, but I'll verify.
So
Anybody else?
what was the original price we're adding this to? Was that the total?
Well, this is just the engineering. This isn't the
No, I
cost of
mean,
the sidewalk.
This is additional spending.
This is, I can tell you exactly what this is. I'm sorry.
You're fine, no.
This is, they had originally said they were gonna draft all the front end bid documents. You folks said, no, Carla can do that. Carla's now saying, no, let somebody else do it. And I sent that email to you folks, I think on Friday. So that's what this is. It's just because they're ready to do it. They can get it out within this week. I can't, and it'll be more expensive for me to do it
But
too.
also construction inspection for Jeff. It was the other component.
Okay.
And it's $3,500?
I
Construction inspection is more than that.
watch, we don't have construction inspection.
No, well, you don't.
It is,
It says construction inspection.
I know.
Yeah, I think originally the idea was that Jeff would do construction inspection, but we've decided that due to his workload that we'd have Labella.
So does that change the price? Do we know the price?
Yeah, so actually.
It is.
Bid documents, front end, the bid documents part was.
Yep.
$3,500.
Yeah.
Okay, so $3,500 for the front end documents. That's for the bid preparing.
Go back to the other thing that you have. Yep. You go down to construction. Yep, that one. $5,000 construction-based services, $8,500 total.
We think that's reasonable?
That's what our engineer is doing. We tried to avoid it, but this one and that one didn't want to do the stuff, so we're gonna have to do it basically this way.
I think it's for the betterment of the village, because it can be done quickly.
I like that. That was good.
So what,
Good say.
so this is
Well,
not the construction of the sidewalk. How much is,
This is only preparing the bid documents,
right, what's the
Is
total
mine.
for the preparing the bid document?
$3,500.
No, 8,500 is what we're adding, right?
$3,500 for preparing the bid documents, $5,000 for them to be the construction observation on the project, because I spoke with Jeff on Friday and he's very concerned about doing it. And he's, I guess, relayed that to you as well and related to Ruben at Labella as well.
This is for a sidewalk, right? Basically, a apron, it's the same thing.
Yes.
Okay, and we gotta pay all this.
Well,
Right.
that's where this started, that you guys wanted to cut it out to have us do it, but
It's not an average sidewalk either, because it's gonna be load bearing, a fire truck in
I know.
both bays, so it's
It's gotta be reinforced, and plus it also falls in state right away, so there's certain requirements of that as well.
All right, so the 8,500 is the total for bid document and construction inspections, not the 8,500 being added to some other amount.
it's being added to the current contract we have with them.
Which
And
was,
how much is that?
$10,400, it looks like. You just went by it.
That's a big increase.
Yeah.
No. Their existing conditions is $3,300. It's right there.
This time,
Yeah. Bid documents total was $8,200, but I think they included some other stuff going on there. DOS, New York State DOT pre-permit is $2,400 and limited construction phase services is $5,000. We may not need the pre-permit because of the nature of this. We still have to inform them of the work isn't technically being done in the street, so we may not need the full permit for it. And
so what is the maximum total amount?
3,300 plus 8,200 is 11,500 plus 2,400 is 13,900 and plus 5,000 is $18,900.
Okay, so that's the max if we have to do everything.
And you're saying that's not right because?
Because it's not $8,200 for the bid documents.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they were still doing work in furtherance. They were saving us 3,500 by you doing it, is what it was coming at.
Is coming out of general fund?
The elements
or-
we're tasked to will eliminate include the front end general condition documents as well as bidding contract. These will be, yeah, the technical specs is what we are already paying for. Yeah. So 18,900 is the total.
And this is out of general fund, unbudgeted.
Well, engineering most likely, but
Oh, is it?
yeah,
Well, we
we
don't-
have it.
Do we have dollars left in engineering?
I think some, we're definitely running slim at this point, but we also have contingency, thankfully.
How much have we taken out of contingency so far?
0.
Okay.
We've never budgeted out of it. Okay. We do,
Thank you for that information.
we do have the first and second on that, I believe. So can I get all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Can I get a motion to schedule a public hearing at the village board meeting on November 13th, 2023 for the attached draft committee code?
I make that motion.
Trustee Cormos?
Second.
Trustee Raymond, discussion. We don't have a draft committee code attached as states in the footnote, so
Yes, there is.
that's not a code.
Oh.
It's a policy.
It's not a code yet. So what does it need to, it's a text on a page. What needs to happen to
Well,
make
I
it a
asked,
draft?
I asked for this motion to be amended correctly, and I don't even know how to amend it correctly for this purpose.
Well, I mean, what's our council say needs to happen?
I mean, it's been modified from the policy we approved. So this is a,
Right, so the policy that's in place right now, the policy that you've placed as an
this is
attachment,
not a
She's
policy,
not calling
this is
it
a
a
draft
policy.
code.
it's a policy, actually says policy
No.
on it, does it not?
No, it says Village of Ballston Spa Committee Code. That doesn't say policy
And
anywhere.
what section number is that?
That's what we need to have Carla put on, because I don't know. That's for our lawyer. Now, Carla said that she could have someone in her office check. I myself did some searching and found absolutely nothing in state law that refers to advisory committees. You type in advisory committees, you'll get a whole bunch of advisory committees that every level of government has. but there's no state law that I could find that says
No,
anything
there
about
isn't. I mean, the research was done when we did the policy and Carla, I believe you did some research with the policy to make sure that was legal. And this is basically the same. It's not really any.
She says
different.
no.
Yeah, you did I remember a conversation, when the policy was made, you wanted to check to make sure it was okay. And you did. And we also did what?
As
Right, as a
policy.
policy. So I'm just wondering what would be legal as a policy that would be not legal as a law?
I spoke with Liz on Thursday night about this because she had called me and I called her back and she was concerned. She had the same question you did. I explained to her that you can't just take text and make it a law. I have to make sure it's under the Constitution. I have to make sure that it's under municipal home rule. I have to make sure that there's no preemption issues. And I specifically said to her, it may very well be fine to make it a law. I just did not know on Thursday night. We have not in the past 2 business days had an opportunity to look at it. I did indicate that I was concerned with making, putting a November 13th public hearing date on it because it would require the law to be drafted and posted and on your desks by 10 calendar days before. But I said I would look into doing it. So that's where we are at this point. I don't know why we have to have it as a November 13th public hearing, but I'll do whatever the board wants me to do.
Well, I think we have 3 weeks between this meeting and the next, so that said to me, we can do it, we can schedule it. If for some reason we have to extend it, we do.
Well,
I guess I have a question about that though, because I will be having to add other language to the law.
Yeah.
And so, are you going to advise me as I draft the language and I put it in the law and I put it in the proper format? It's not going to look the way it looks right now. So I'm going to need to know how you want to move forward on that.
Substantive change.
What language?
I don't know yet because I haven't drafted the law, but there's specific language that is required by statute to be a local law. And, if you look at any local law that I've presented for you, there's a format, there's a language, and I'm not saying I'm not going to do it. I'm not saying I can't get it done. I'm just saying, if you want me to do it, I'm going to do that first, and I'm going to put parking and parks below that.
Should we do the public hearing the next meeting?
I think she's saying you can't, if you try, I think what she's saying is because there's such changes, we can't necessarily set a public hearing now, because no matter what, it's going to be presented, it's going to be different than what we agreed on tonight. Is that correct?
We don't have it.
Yeah,
Right.
so I think that's the problem. Maybe we can all,
Well, the thing is
so maybe
we'd
with,
like to get it through. It's a very simple page-long thing, and I looked at.
Liz, you need a
existing-
microphone.
I looked
Every
at our
trustee needs a microphone.
Existing
One
code.
note is that is up still. Okay.
Yeah, no, our existing code related to appointment of planning board and zoning board
That's
members is,
statutory.
yeah, well, there's just 2 paragraphs.
No, but that's statutory language, New York State law language.
Okay.
You want me to take your committee policy and make it 2 paragraphs? I guess
No, but I just make it a law. That's what I asked.
I guess she's saying is you probably just, I think what's happening is, I think what perhaps can't happen is by November 13th, we'd be able to schedule a public hearing for the meeting after that, 27th. So not to not have a hearing, but we wouldn't be able to guarantee.
Okay, I mean, if we have to, but I thought, this was, okay. We'll make it.
But again, I just want to make sure, I just want to make sure that the board understands that I'm happy to do this. I'm happy to prioritize this for you folks. It's going to put other things behind. I just want, and that's fine. That's your decision. It's yours. So that's fine.
We finally got ethics law off the
It's
table.
not
yet.
It's not off yet, Liz.
We haven't even gotten there
It's
yet.
not off yet.
I assume. That's true. We haven't told it yet, sorry. No, this.
All right, let's do it the month after, so Carla's
So I'll
not
put
so
it on
pressed.
I'll take off the the motion and we'll put it on the agenda for
Well,
next.
you could just amend it to the 27th.
Oh, that's true. Why don't we do that?
That's fine, you can do that.
Yeah, let's pass it for.
I mean, I guess the thing is, when we come back on the 13th, I want to make sure you guys have the actual right one we're gonna post. We're not gonna
Right.
publish anything until 10 days before.
Right, so what's the next meeting, the
27th.
Okay, let's just pass it on
Monday
the
of
27th.
So are you amending it?
Yes.
I'll second that amendment.
Wait, but it's,
That's fine. No, that's fine. That's not uncommon
to say what?
to set a public hearing far in
This,
advance.
on the attached,
Well, no, I'm not talking about the substance. I'm talking about the procedure.
well, the motion that was made is to schedule a public hearing at the village board meeting on November, insert your date here now, for the attached draft committee code.
What
Say,
should-
so take out attached draft.
What can you say, draft? It's a draft.
But it's not a
No.
draft.
Not
Okay,
a
so
draft.
for a
What do you
committee
call it?
code, how's that?
Can we do the public hearing? Why can't we wait until November 13th and then schedule the public hearing on November 13th?
That's what I was suggesting, because it just.
And then you have the draft?
Well, you would all have the draft before that.
I'm just trying to get a motion.
Okay.
I'm just
That's
trying to
fine.
manage expectations.
Okay.
Honestly, that's what I'm trying
That's
to do.
fine.
Next meeting, I'll put this on for
All right.
public hearing on the 20th.
Are we, no, let's just rescind the motion.
We're,
Just rescind the
how about we
motion.
table it?
Because the motion's gonna be different. It's not gonna say for the attached draft committee code.
Sorry.
It won't?
Who's my first, who's my second?
Won't it say that next meeting, Carla?
Do you rescind?
Oh,
Your
I'm
second?
asking
I
a question.
have a, no,
Yes, I'll rescind my second.
What-
it won't. It will say for local law number,
Oh,
whatever.
okay.
It's a different motion.
Sean rescinded his second. Liz, do you rescind your motion?
Yes,
Thank you.
okay, now let's get down to the.
Yeah, let me do K now real quick here. No, Keith, I'm not skipping permanently the ethics motion, don't worry. Can I get a motion that the BOA RFP and the zoning RFP have extensions of their due dates to November 1st, 2023? Trustee Fandesa,
Second.
trustee Raymond, discussion, please no. All,
No, it is. What's being sent to people is what you wrote.
I think we
Yes,
made
I think
that
that-
abundantly clear.
Yes, that's what's gonna go out after you give it, after everybody, whoever talked to anybody in the whole world gives everything to Jen.
Clearly, I don't talk to a lot of people.
Jen, you still wait for me?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Have you a motion approving the proposal from Labella related to the Pulp Street Mill drainage situation and authorizing the mayor to execute documentation and approve any expenses related to rectifying the situation after informal consultation with the Board of Trustees.
So we don't know what it's gonna cost.
Correct. It's an emergency that needs to be handled. And
Can't we, I mean.
you asked Joe Lanero, he gave you the full paragraph or two on
I
exactly
know,
what's
but
happening.
I think the board needs to see the final amount.
That would be the informal consultation part that I'm being obligated to do. But what it will not require us to do is come to here to vote again and then waste another 2 to 3 weeks while we need to get this thing done for the winter.
Do we want a maximum amount so we're not
Yeah.
shocked?
Not to exceed $200,000.
Wow, that much?
That, did you not read his email?
Yeah, I read it. A lot.
Okay, so you need a motion, I made a motion, no, made a motion.
Who's making the motion?
Me.
Trustee Fandesa,
Second.
trustee Raymond, and this included the not to exceed $200,000, just to be clear, right? Thank you.
And How
Thank
much
you.
is in our contingency fund?
This was, we said ARPA, if it was coming down to it.
And we have how much in the applicant?
We had 300,
Okay, so we're now left with 100, okay.
not really, because you're not counting the Labella amount. Yeah.
Okay, we're spending a lot of money tonight.
This wasn't by choice.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
I think one thing this sort of tells us is that we should be looking at stormwater issues much in the same way we've looked at water issues and sewer issues. We need to examine the status and what needs to be fixed, what, instead of having this kind of emergency.
Actually, what it has revealed is that we don't have an emergency services agreement with any contractor out there. And it's highly recommended to have a contract for emergency services that we don't have. That we could have skipped a lot of the problems we had here, because it would have been authorized automatically once declared an emergency to go through the next steps with that specific consultant or the specific contractor.
But I'm
rather.
talking about.
Well, Liz isn't wrong.
No, I understand, but the number one thing that's gotten revealed here is that we don't have that, and every other municipality does, for whatever reason.
Yeah,
we're in wind country.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My comment was more about the general problems we have with stormwater issues, and that we need somebody to look and do a plan to address them before they fail.
It's always good to be proactive versus reactive.
Where's Levi? Gotta get a motion to adopt the attached resolution adopting local law 2 of 2020.
You can't.
Okay,
You seeker first.
listen.
But don't,
You know,
again, emails.
I don't care about the stinking email at 11:14 PM.
We all saw the seeker, right?
Yes.
Yes.
No, read it. No, just kidding. Kidding.
The ethics law doesn't affect much in the way of traffic or pollution.
All right, so, you have to go through part 2 and part 3 of your EAF. I sent you parts 2 and I sent you part 3. Part 2, I indicated no or small impact may occur. Is everyone okay with that?
Yes.
Yes.
Part 3, is everyone okay with that, saying that there will not be a significant environmental impact?
Yes.
Is it your determination that the adoption of the law would not have any significant environmental impact and you would issue a negative declaration under seeker?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, now you can do this.
Okay,
You have to call it.
Can I get a motion made by, can I get a motion to adopt, I hate you, the attached resolution adopting local law number 2 of 2023 to repeal and replace the Village of Ballston Spa Code of Ethics?
Make the motion.
Trustee Baskin,
I second.
trustee Cormos, go ahead.
Everyone is looking not just at their motion, they're looking at the resolution, right?
Discussion.
Discussion. I emailed Ben, thank you for your response with my question. So just so we're clear, we're correcting language in. My fingers don't want to work.
15, I want to say.
Yeah, probably, yeah, because 15, I think, is where it had the
The lowercase undefined term.
So I just want to make sure we make that change.
But from official to officer?
Yeah, well, because it was just confused. You answered my question that you intended to keep it in there because I wasn't sure. Because they conflicted with each other. So.
The disclosure is to find out if, and to highlight the fact that that is in the ethics code.
No, it's not.
Well, so 19's disclosure.
It's about
15, to me, they kind of were in tandem. 15 was saying you can't be on a committee. The 19 is also saying that you have to disclose it. So if we're saying we're not prohibiting you to be on it anyway, you wouldn't be disclosing it if you weren't on it, correct?
You can't be on a committee, so you can't serve as an officer.
Yeah.
So you're still allowing people to be committee members on
Yes.
a political, I guess I just have,
You don't have to say you're a committee member, you just.
so like a chair.
Right.
Okay.
Well, the part of the.
Well, because there's committee members, are they considered like, I guess that's what I just wanted clarification. So, okay,
Yeah, so why would you be disclosing something you weren't allowed to do in the first place? Well, I think there was.
I just wanted to get clarification, that's all.
Yeah, the individual may not recognize that they can't, because they may not read that section, it would come out after they disclosed it.
that, oh, by the way, you can. So-
Yeah, I think it's all right. It's a guidance document.
No, it's a law.
Well, but,
Disclosure,
That is-
just telling you are, and then
someone will guide you to say, right.
That's just irrelevant to me, so.
But did we correct the lowercase term in 15 or not?
What?
The lowercase term in 15, I believe it was.
Also,
What's
municipal
lowercase?
officer versus.
Public, yeah, is that what it was? The lowercase village officer?
No, village official versus.
Village official.
So it should be, we use officer most. So we should change it to officer, assuming that doesn't require another public hearing.
No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm not
Otherwise,
asking that.
Forget it.
No, you can't just forget it. I'm not asking for a whole substantive change. I just want consistency on.
Yeah, no,
Just
that's
so it's
good.
clear, because.
No, that's good.
So, okay, finally found my pages. So village official, right, could mean anyone, right? The village officer or municipal officer has a very clear definition. So I guess my suggestion for E would be no municipal official or whatever. the
Officer.
The definition is
Officer.
municipal officer.
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 Yeah, change it to officer.
There is no definition for village official.
It's included in the definition of officer,
Well,
but
I
just,
think when you're,
can we just change it? That's not substantive, right?
Well, changing that's not substantive.
Right,
I just don't know what I'm
yeah.
changing.
What? Oh. okay.
so I,
What section?
2715E
No,
would.
No
we'll just
village
use-
official?
you should say no municipal official.
No.
No municipal officer. It must have been legacy usage or something.
Yeah, yeah. We went back and forth for a while.
I just was reading it again and I was like.
No, it's good. It's good to catch.
But. That it?
Thank you.
And so clarification, I think this is helpful for people, because we have a number of volunteers and people that sit on our boards that currently are committee people. We're not prohibiting that. Okay, thank you, clarification.
And that's actually a significant change of this law. One thing I'd like to say is that we took what the ethics group created and we made it stronger. And people should rest assured that was the intent. So we added, and the two big things were the disclosure form we added, and then also that this now applies to committees. So, sorry, to advisory, to appointees of advisory committees. So even though it was actually exercised against a committee member a few years ago, they were never in the law. So now they're in the law because they don't have to do the financial disclosure forms, but they basically have to follow the other ethical guidelines. So those are the two big things. And also, as I mentioned last meeting, we did compromise or, change based on ethics board feedback. The training, for example, we wanted 3 hours, they wanted 1.5, we put 2 hours. So.
Why the fire department head when you're excluding volunteers? So in terms of employees not getting paid per se, or what I would term as volunteer, I don't understand that one. Okay.
Where are you?
I think that was a question.
I don't know. I need to get to where you are.
This got brought up to me in the
Page
meantime.
2.
Yeah. That's the definition and then it's utilized throughout.
Page 2 is.
Department head.
Oh.
Compare department head with employees and basically, look, the police department head would make sense because the employees of the police department are paid. Department of Public Works, same thing, library, same thing, court, treasurer, clerk. So department heads are all paid and their underlings would all be employees. So there's a certain flow up. Here with fire, there's not the same flow up because a firefighter is not going to be considered an employee unless they're a department head. And then it also begs the question, because of the structure of the fire department, is that every chief and captain, or is that just Mike Bayshore, for instance? How does that
It
work?
says top supervisor. Who's the top supervisor?
I guess Mike, but you know,
Yeah.
we also have two houses.
4 chiefs are top supervisors, 4.
Now, who, is there a top supervisor at Eagle and a different one at Union?
Yes.
Okay, so each of those. The feeling was that fire, you know, they are in charge of money and expenditures and bids and other things. And so any department head that, you know, could influence those things should have be included.
Captains too.
I could understand, Ben, the notion of making them abide by conflict of interest scenarios in real time. But some of the things really regarding employment and those types of things, I don't see how that's applicable. I think that applies to department heads, does it not? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong.
Department. So last meeting, I asked us to go through this.
This got brought up recently.
Well,
in fact, by Bob Bush raised it, I think, at the last meeting, by the way.
At the last meeting, I asked twice for us to go through the law and do any last tweaks before the public hearing. And I was told by you, no, we're not doing that. So.
You can't. It was locked
What?
in.
No, it wasn't locked in. It wasn't locked in. Hadn't passed the motion to do a public hearing yet. That was the time to do it. That was the time to make the last final changes.
So also, in the meantime, we were contacted by unions regarding this code, and the general consensus from both the unions that I received verbally was that it would affect future bargaining if we were to force the ethics code to be adhered to in future contracts. So there could be effect on the bargain at a later date. The current situation does not. I'm just giving you the information I've been fed here over the last day or so.
Well, that's why we took them out of the future employment clause, because it only applies to department heads, and we took them out of the financial disclosure, only applies to department heads. So, and then we added the piece about nothing in this law will supersede. Nothing in this law will supersede collective bargaining.
So if you bargain a contract in the future, it doesn't apply.
Yes, it does. It has to apply. You can't bargain away a code at that point in time. It's illegal.
Every municipality has employees included in their ethics code.
Correct.
So this is just normal procedure.
The point you just made, though, Liz, is incorrect. Every future contract must embrace the ethics code. We can't dole out a preferential treatment of a employee
That's
set
fine.
at that point in time. Just
That's fine.
want to make
This
sure
is-
you're understanding that.
Yeah, this
Okay,
is
but
standard.
So what in the
It's not
ethics
bad.
code bothers them?
There are termination clauses, employment clauses, et cetera, are there not?
Well, the future employment clause, we were told could be problematic, and we removed that so that it only applies.
Yeah,
to
where is that?
department
Because I'm trying to find it right now in real time.
heads. Let me look.
Complaints and investigations could be different from what exists also, don't forget, and that's employees.
Well,
Inside during union
20
contracts, there are disciplinary responsibilities and requirements. So these could be different.
27.9 is future employment, just for department heads.
I think we need to move this along.
No municipal officer or department head may ask for, pursue, or accept a private post-government employment opportunity with any person or organization as a matter requiring the exercise discretion for this office. Okay, so the fire chief would follow his future employment. Okay.
did ask Carla if removing fire would be a substantive change, and she had said it's not.
Well, you're just removing one department head.
Is that something to consider, everyone, so we can move forward?
The wrong is then put it, the department head, the chief, is, handles money and contracts. They should fall under the ethics code. Everybody should.
As a volunteer, like this is their guide more than employment, obviously. Like this is it. This is what holds them to village standards.
Right, but again, you're not, every other department's held from top to bottom in the same realm. This is a department where you were not doing that. Because a firefighter does not qualify as an employee, but the chief is a department head here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
so
one
they
person.
deal with money.
Yeah.
No, it's fire.
Okay.
So, okay, if you're going to intentionally keep in fire at this point, knowing it would not be a substantive change.
I think we
Why do you want to take it out?
I just, like I said, it is a different department in its entirety that is self-regulated basically too.
Well, I think everybody
Well-
should follow the ethics. I mean, we're including committees and they're volunteers. To
Yeah,
follow.
it's just following ethical laws. It's not gonna.
No department head at any time after serving as a department head may represent or render services to a private person or organization in connection with any particular transaction which he or she personally and substantially participate while serving as municipal officer or employee. So there are employment curtailments on somebody that's doing a volunteer job for us as a department head of fire. Exercise discretion.
What do you think, Sean?
Can I comment?
Yeah,
Can I
please.
ask a really dumb question?
It's never too late for a dumb question.
Well, it's 11:30, it's too late. It's almost tomorrow. If you remove fire just from the department head, the person's still a volunteer, right?
Yeah.
So they still would be under the code as a volunteer, right?
I don't know if volunteers are listed here.
Okay, so none of the fire folks then would be under the ethics code.
Right.
Okay.
That's what my point is, that currently no firefighter is except for a department head.
Right.
So, but the question then was raised, how many top supervisors are there? And it sounds like there are two. I mean, I know there are captains and there are officers and there are, but there's, the top guy in this and the top guy in this. So there's two. I understand, but those are, like, for example, in the Village of Corinth, there's the fire chief. And he's the department head. He's a volunteer, he's the department head. He sits at the meetings, he gives his report. There's not a whole, everybody else isn't there, they're just officers.
Technically, there's separate budgets for EML.
No,
and fire police, just so you know.
No, I understand, and there is there too. I'm just trying to figure out a way to make this easier so we can do whatever it needs to do. So the fire chief is a volunteer and he is the only volunteer that is going, they are the only volunteers covered by this code. Is that what, I honestly don't know.
I don't think it's inappropriate.
Doesn't make sense to me, honestly.
Well, they do make the final decision on budgetary expenditures, correct?
No, we don't.
Even when we give them a budget and say you can spend it on
You have
this.
to get it authorized.
Don't forget your captains have their own budgets too.
Well, that's my point, I guess. If they have their own budget, which is village, shouldn't they have some sort of ethical standards?
What's the harm in doing this and including fire?
I just think it's probably a bad look. I think it also becomes a deterrent to getting people to want to become fire chief, captain, or whatever we determine the meaning of the top supervisor is, and that's going to ultimately be the ethics board's determination, because we didn't well define this either.
Not sure why the fire chief would be upset about adhering to ethical standards.
I don't think adhering to ethical standards part, I think Frank is concerned about.
Things like future employment, et cetera. So why would you put yourself out there as a chief if, as a volunteer, you wouldn't have the same potential blockade, basically, it's called.
I mean, basically, the future employment refers to you can't be involved with the department that you worked for as with future employment.
Oh, there's more than this, I think.
Oh, there's 3 paragraphs.
Yeah.
So you can't accept a private post-government employment opportunity with any person or organization that has a matter requiring exercise of discretion pending before the municipal office or department head, either individually or as a member of a board.
They can't, let's say, go work for Vandermolen rather, you know, if they're savvy with, you know, fire trucks or whatever, so they wouldn't be able to go to Vandermolen to work for them because it would represent registered services to a private person or organization in connection with any particular transaction, which he or she personally and substantially participated while serving as a village municipal officer or employee. That would just basically render them unable to work for Vandermolen and other companies, for instance.
Well, so would it for us.
Why not just remove department head from 27.9? Because I mean,
That we were trying to restrict it to just the top guys. That's why we put in department head.
They want department head in there. It's just a question of, my question of fire being, because fire as a department overall is treated differently. And then you got the top person in there being treated differently from the rest of his.
It's still a village department.
It's also a volunteer, unlike everybody else.
He's voted in by his own men.
Well, there's 4 of them.
So,
Yep, they're all voted in by their own men.
so I guess I'd be willing to,
Their own government.
I'd be willing to, with the exception of the fire chief for the future employment, but they need to, fire needs to be apply to everything else, but take it out of the future employment. So no municipal officer or department head with the exception of fire, they ask for, so that they don't have to worry about future employment.
Can we fire the fire chief or terminate them, by the way?
You can remove them, I guess. I don't know. Can we?
I think so.
I don't know off the top of my head.
So would that be acceptable for, so we get rid of the future employment issue for fire? We just say no municipal officer or department head with the exception of the fire department may ask for, pursue, et cetera, for A, B, and C.
Also municipal official.
And they're also employees.
But my point was moving.
What do you, I can't hear you, Carl.
Because I'm talking to myself, but
Okay.
honestly, I'm trying to, no, I'm trying to resolve this because I'm trying to think that department heads, the ones that you have listed as department heads are also municipal officers. For the most part, so.
Please.
Well, a municipal officer you've defined as an elected and appointed official and officer.
Yeah, but some of them are hired.
Well, that's why I was talking quietly, because I was trying to figure it out.
Let's just leave that. Can we just put the future employment, do that, take fire out of future employment and call it a night?
You have to add an S to works.
Okay.
I'm dead serious. You don't have works, an S, Department of Public Works. Department head.
Okay. Are you writing this?
I'm not writing this. Nope. I don't have the word version.
You don't have the word? Okay.
I.
So you want me to, I got it on my computer. So Department of Public Works.
What's ironic is that interest in contracts is no municipal officer or employee, but not department head. You would think that would be the one that you'd want to aim into. 2711.
What's this?
Use municipal property, not in there.
That applies to all employees.
What?
They're not an employee.
11?
Nepotism not in there.
Where are you? 2711, interest in contracts. I don't know. All right, I think this is good law. We're always gonna find a typo here and there. I'm willing. This is not shoved down, I'll tell you, this has been worked over for months. All right, so we've had months and months and months and months to find whatever. And this is a good law. I'm happy with it. I am willing to say with the exception of fire department for future employment. Is that something people are willing to do and we can vote on this? Sean,
I'm
Liz,
fine with
anyone
that.
want to answer so we can actually get this done?
I'm fine with that.
I'm just trying to see where the
All
heck
right.
we did and didn't use
So we're-
this definition right for a second here.
All right, so
I
we're
think you
fine.
had before this meeting to look at it.
Yeah, we're gonna
So
move
it's a little
forward.
late.
Yeah, we're gonna move forward. All right, so I'm gonna make a motion, I guess, to.
No, you can't make a motion.
What do we do, Carla? To
You already
make,
made a motion.
if
There's already
it,
a motion and
It's
carried.
All right,
a roll call
no.
at this point. The
Yes.
mayor's gotta do. a roll
No, but-
call.
I'm sorry, I'm what?
I know. Hi,
Hi,
how's it going?
I'm awake now.
Okay. Is there already a motion and a second? And we're in
Yes.
discussion,
Yes.
right?
Correct.
Okay.
And it was, yes.
So-
It was Ballston and foremost.
So it would have to, you would have to amend your motion to include the amendments to the local law 2 of 2023 that you discussed.
and it's not a significant change, so we can still pass.
Adding an S and taking
And saying,
if those are the only changes. that are
removing,
being
yes, that's
mentioned
it,
earlier,
removing fire department from future
And
employment,
the one that Bernadette mentioned earlier.
changing official to officer.
Also,
No, taking village out.
you also clean up 2720, Ben, not to be a problem here, but you gotta clean that one up. It's got a footnote in it that doesn't even exist.
All right, we need to write that down.
And like I said, I'm not trying to be a jerk about it, but there's some things that are sloppy in that one. I don't know where he grabbed it from. I'm just catching it.
There's a number 1.
I'm just catching it now. Well,
Fine. Okay.
I'm assuming, Carla, after this is passed, that kind of thing is just something you look at and clean it up.
No, once you pass it with whatever, however you
Really?
pass it, yeah, you can't go back and change a law after you pass it.
are we not
Even
allowing
typos?
you to make any non-substantive changes for
Should,
grammar, et cetera?
But that's before I submit it to Department of State. Your
All right.
the last be it resolved.
What are we gonna?
Staring. I have kids, be careful. Watching you. The last be it resolved allows Terry and myself to make such minor modifications to the local law documents as we deem necessary. And then we file the documents.
And that'll basically be limited to typos, like add an S. Right?
It will
Take-
not be substantive changes,
Right.
correct?
All right,
So,
That's
so
fine.
far, everything we said was not a substitute.
okay.
So
All right,
what
so can
happens
we
next?
vote?
No, I think you're voting for the modifications first and then voting on the law.
Yeah.
All right, make.
Hang on, Frank has to call the vote.
Aye. So what do we make a change of, or did we make a change? While I was reading?
The changes were to remove the footnote from 2720, to change village to municipal in 2715, 5, I think it was. To put an S on public works in the department head definition, and to remove and to add, except for fire with respect to 2719 maybe? Whatever future employment was.
I think you got them.
Yeah, 27.9 A, B, and C will say no municipal officer or department head with the exception of fire.
A, B, and C?
A, B, and C.
Okay.
So then whoever made the motion has to accept those changes. Whoever seconded it has to accept those changes.
I accept those changes.
I accept those changes.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, roll call.
Trustee Baskin?
Yeah.
Trustee Raymond?
Yes.
Trustee Van Denza?
Yes, and I'd like to explain my vote. This is not perfect and it's been a grueling, as many have said before, that the idea was for us not to be involved as deeply, because really, quite honestly, the committee that has to deal with this should have been the ones providing us the basis of all of this. I do appreciate that a lot of their changes were incorporated. I appreciated some clarifications today and adjustments for fire. So overall, while not exactly what I think is ideal for us, I do think that I can support this today. Thank you.
Trustee Cormos?
Yes, I think this process has taken way too long. And that we are the legislative body and the final word on drafting laws. And all that was done was to strengthen the law. So we didn't take anything away from what the committee did. We added parts that we thought were appropriate. So my vote is yes.
Mayor Rossi?
Abstain for the following reasons. First off, this was something that was brought up last year in the first place and was given a course of action whereby it was known that we should not have been the ones drafting it in the first place. This was something that is truly personal to us. And what ends up happening is that things well beyond what should have been in here got in here, and not about me or anybody else. I'm assuming that Julie's concerns earlier were something about me. I'm a target in this or something like that. I don't know why or how. Ultimately, I haven't asked her, but it is what it is. I'm more concerned about ultimately what it's doing to things that are not already in the ethics code or classes or parties. It's to a certain degree our employees, in how deeply it's going. The fact that it's going to cost us money most likely in the next negotiations with our collective bargaining. And the conversation on fire to me just was so mind numbing. I can't believe we just had that conversation. But long story short, just because you have to pass the law doesn't mean you should write the law. Our job is to pass the law ultimately. Yes, it was not to write this law. It's about us. Ultimately, that's what people care about. And then planning board, zoning board, and other committees that it should apply to. But with respect to us, a lot of things were written in here, according to Julie, specific to us, that shouldn't have happened. I abstain as a result of it. Count is 401, one being I consider a no vote just for the purpose of tally. Motion carries. That's that. Other business? Can I get a motion that the vouchers be audited and the meeting be adjourned at 11:47 p.m.?
Make a motion.
Trustee Baskin? Trustee Van Denza? Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Go out and vote on November 7th, everyone.
I'm sorry. I just gotta bring your report.